Good morning and welcome to the second day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. An intriguing opening day saw Jon Worsley enjoy a dream debut, winning all 5 of his matches. Before we tuck into today's action, let's remind ourselves of some of the highlights from yesterday. Here's Chris Murphy.
Well, not so much of a dream, but a nightmare for Alec Small. Not much went right for him, the Welshman only showing glimpses of his form from the previous Super Series stage. Defeat to David Evans meant no points from 5 matches for Small, who needs a big day. Big Dave, meanwhile, managed to turn Monday around by winning his last 2 games, and Steve Brown also amassed 4 points and remains in the mix. But it was 6 from a possible 10 for Ireland's Shane McGuirk, who perhaps showed the widest range of performances on day 1. Andy Hamilton had looked like he was on course to win all of his matches. The former world finalist won his first 3 with brilliant darts like this. He stalled though, losing his last 2 games, but there was no such trouble for Jon Worsley. It was 5 from 5 for the Womble, making the most of everything on debut at the Super Series.
Yeah, expertly talked through there by Chris Murphy. As always, he mentioned there, Alec Small, he needs a huge day today. But we so often talk about his speed. He's a very, very quick player. But just talk us through how difficult it would be for him to slow things down.
It's not as easy as just saying slow things down, because one thing that he's going to do is going to change the point of release. If you start changing the speed, he'll probably then start releasing early, and he'll probably start throwing a lot of darts up by tops. He'll get an aggressive angle on his darts. It's not that it's a long, drawn-out process. What he can do, though, if we're looking at slowing down, don't look at the slowing down on the time on the yockey. Look at the other bits that are going on. Don't rush up to the yockey. We saw yesterday he got a bit of a call from Owen Binks that he was getting up there a bit too quick. Maybe slow that side of the game down a little bit. That's something we can do that won't affect the actual release point. That is something that just gives him that little bit more processing time to sort of gather what is going on, to just root himself in that moment rather than rushing through the motions.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he responds to things this morning for certain. We can have a little look at the updated betting tips for today, and no surprise that there have been a few movements there. Jon Worsley, of course, now the favourite. Alec Small, as we'd already mentioned, his chances of winning Group A definitely out of the mix, you would think, so that's why he's at 80 to 1. Jon Worsley, though, understandably the favourite.
Yeah, understandably after the back of what we saw yesterday, but both him and Andy Hamilton both catch the eye. When I came in this morning, I started crunching the numbers and looking through things. Andy Hamilton by far had the most darts at a double than any player, more than 20 darts more than his nearest rival. And that just tells me he outscored the entire field yesterday to give himself plenty of opportunity. He wasn't taking them. Jonathan Worsley was taking those yesterday. His average yesterday was 95 for the entire day. Now, I've looked back to see when Jonathan Worsley last won a match, averaging 95 or more, and it was May last year. So to average that over a day, compared to what he's done in one-off matches, that is an incredible turnaround, and certainly settled into this very, very well.
Yeah, only averaged below 90 once yesterday. That was in his opening game of the day. Very, very interesting indeed. He is, of course, now the player to beat. But you mentioned it yesterday in commentary that he came in here with a little bit of a swagger, maybe thought he was the player to beat before a dart had been thrown. Sometimes that adds a little bit of pressure, but he's dealt with it incredibly well, hasn't he? Absolutely.
And I can vouch for this, because last year I came into this myself after coming off the tour, and I was like, well, I'm the big player in this room. And everyone who comes in who's lost a tour card will do exactly the same thing as well. They're going to come in here and want to impose that. Now, some people will have it the opposite way, where they come in here and they go, wow, I didn't realise the depth and the standard and the quality in darts. I think that was David Evans yesterday. I think David Evans came into this because he has history in this event, and very positive history in this event from the first incarnation of it. And I think when he came back to it, expected just to run from where he left off.
Yeah, and just a word on his opponent in this opening game for Jon. It is, of course, Shane McGuirk first up for him. He threatened a massive average himself yesterday, didn't he? Ended up missing 7 match starts, which lowered that. What are you expecting from him today? A little bit more consistency?
Consistency is exactly what I expect from Shane McGuirk. I don't think he's someone who's going to come here and throw 107 plus average, but he's someone who's going to be competitive in every single game. Where I say you need to be to win a Group A, his average yesterday was above that. So if we take that as a guide and we say, well, in another group, he'd be top of the table, he could move in what we call moving day on Tuesday.
Yes, indeed. Who are going to be the big movers today then? Let's find out, shall we, over the course of the next few hours. But first up, it is Jon Worsley up against Shane McGuirk.
Yeah, the first of 15 matches on this middle day of Group A. Shane McGuirk and Jon Worsley, the last game yesterday. If McGuirk had won it, he would have been level on points at the top of the table, finds himself 4 behind, and a Worsley win here would see the Womble wander further clear of the field. The Welshman in fine fettle as discussed between Abby and Matthew there, but Shane McGuirk showed some real quality at times. There was a big range of performances from him, whereas Jon Worsley was extremely consistent, playing at a really high consistent level. More on that with Matt in a moment.
First leg is Shane to throw first. Game on.
Change of referee today. Owen Binks replaced by Marco Meyer. The pair sharing refereeing and spotting duties
100.
Today. So Owen will be helping us out in the comms box, or trying. Certainly helping me out, armed with stats and analysis.
140.
Mr. Matthew Edgar. And one thing that you have noted, and we can dig a bit more into it now, is how well Jon Worsley played yesterday in comparison to
57.
anything we've ever seen from him.
Yeah, well, not only on the very top average, you mentioned that yesterday when he had that big average of 107, that's the best we've really ever seen from Jonathan Worsley in terms of a winning average. But
41.
Then when we look at the daily average, the running average, the exact number was 95.28. 44 darts at a double, hit 20. That is very close
100.
to 50% turnaround on the doubles. And I said upstairs with Abby that the last time we saw Jonathan Worsley even win a single match with an average like that was in May 2022 when he won a European
60.
Tour final qualifier against Nathan Rafferty. He won that one 6-4. He has had a few averages over that, but they come on the losing end, such as the 98 average when he played Steve Beaton, when Steve Beaton recorded his best ever average. The man just doesn't seem to age.
We were talking about the World Seniors coming up this week. Many thought that Steve Beaton might end up on it, but he held on to his tour card, reached the final of the very last Pro Tour event, didn't he, as well, last year?
58.
Plenty of options for players these days. This, of course, being one of them, and one that Jon Worsley, after losing his card last year, earmarked as where he wanted to spend his time.
82. Shane, you require 88.
Booked for 5 days here, may only need the first 3 if he wins this group. But McGuirk looking to make
74.
it difficult, missing
John,
the double there.
118.
And Worsley gets a chance to pick his pocket and break throw in leg 1. Great start. Double top.
78.
Well, that would have hurt. It would
Shane,
have given McGuirk
14.
nightmares. Don't know about the Womble. It would have been Groundhog Day for Shane McGuirk.
Game
12.
1 was Shane McGuirk's
John,
best game yesterday.
40.
Kicked off with a 97. He might kick off, losing his throw on day 2, leg 1.
20.
These are opportunities that was not passing Jonathan Worsley by yesterday. Nearly 50% on the doubles yesterday.
Wrong direction
No score
from McGuirk.
John, you require 20.
Worsley not starting well, but not having to. Double 5. Well, in the first
Shane,
leg of yesterday, Jon Worsley hit a 130 checkout. This is a stark contrast to that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's game shot in the
Not
first
the
leg.
greatest leg of
Shane
darts,
McGuirk.
but one that McGuirk will accept gratefully.
Second leg is
What's it
John
like,
the
Matt,
throw
playing
first.
in
Game
this
on.
format in terms of the actual fixture list? So when you've been beaten by a guy in the last match you've played, and then you've got to play him again in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think that
94.
really worries players too much. It certainly didn't me in this. My biggest concern was when my games was. I didn't want to play the first game and the last game. I'd rather just have a nice little bunch of them in the middle.
60.
Where some people have to play the first and last, and then the middle games are spread out across the rest of the fixtures. And just looking at the screen again here, and when I came in and
99.
Chris Murphy comes into the commentary box and I'm listening to the Wombles theme song, he must have wondered what was going on. But I was trying to find a way that we could link into the Wombles, and I think maybe one of them is
21.
making the use of the things that they find, because it looks like Jonathan Worsley has found this and he wants to make good use of this to further his career.
What's he found here?
140.
140 to leave 168. Now, no real problem with that in this spot because McGuirk is on 420. And even hitting 3 big
177.
trebles isn't going to get him down to a finish, or even near one.
I think there was another line on that really that caught my eye. It says, "People don't notice us, even though a
92.
Womble, under their noses a Womble may be." Wasn't it yesterday when we was talking about those betting odds and those slides? We never really mentioned Jon Worsley.
99.
We didn't notice
John,
him.
you require
He was
76.
right under our noses.
We're noticing him now. Well, it's double 12 now. That's an inadvertent double 16. Was going for the single to leave tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
But he
Jon
made
Worsley.
use of what he found. What he found himself on.
Third
In it
leg
goes.
is
It's one
Shane
of
the
takes.
throw
Now,
first.
just going back to that
Game on.
analysis you gave of his usual figures, that the suggestion would be to draw from that he's actually probably likely to drop his level today and indeed tomorrow.
180.
But that's not a certainty, is it? Sometimes players find something. They might have changed something and it does elevate the game to another
45.
level.
This is what I like about these sort of days, because they pose a lot of questions. We can sit here and speculate and come up with all sorts of different scenarios, but the one that interests me here
41.
is always when someone comes and they do something really well, and he's had that average that is better than anything he's thrown in a single match, never mind for a day. Does he now come here and think that he's got to produce that level, and that
60.
level becomes the par that he starts chasing, which was an overexceeded level in the first place? And then because of that, does he feel like he's not really playing well? And
78.
one of the ways I can vouch for this is, you know, you play on the Pro Tour, you have 106 average in the first game, and then the next game it's like high 80s, low 90s, but everything feels bad
85.
because you've just had that really good game where you've seen everything happen, and tons don't feel good anymore, and then the tons start becoming 80s and 60s, and you can just let it slide away from you a little bit because you almost
100.
expect perfection.
There's some really interesting games that will give us some answers and some questions
66.
to ponder.
Shane, you
In
require
the first
102.
3 today. McGuirk looking to take leg 3 of this one. 60 remaining. That's a bit of a head scratcher.
62.
Explain, Mr. Edgar.
I wish I could, but I'm not sure I've got the answers on that one. I don't see why
60.
you go for
Shane, you
a treble you
require
don't
40.
really use ahead of the treble 20.
And if the intention's to end up
Yeah,
on
that's
tops
game shot
anyway,
in the
when
third leg. Shane McGuirk.
you can do that by going treble 20. So yeah, odd stuff. If he hits the single 20, he can
Third
then
leg
go
is
to
John the
that
throw first. Game
treble
on.
14 to leave tops. He kind of did it all in reverse there, but he does lead the match, so who are we to question? Next one, David Evans against Alec Small stands out as well. As Worsley hits big.
180.
Small, of course, lost all his games yesterday, but Evans won his last 2. He's looking to go from losing 3 to winning 3.
We've seen it before.
One of
where
them
a
40.
player starts weak in Group A and then goes on to win it. David Evans will know all about this format. He's played it many times. Yes, he's a debutant in the Super Series, but he's not a debutant in this
53.
format or the history of this event. He has won many, many groups. I remember during the lockdown days, it was, oh,
100.
who's David Evans top of the group of today and who's underneath him? It was literally that all the time. He just won group after group after group. I was surprised that it didn't translate over to the tour.
Yeah, people say bedroom champion is a bit of a joke, but he literally
43.
was, wasn't he, David Evans? And it was play from home, the inception of what has become the Super Series beast.
100.
Well, a few questions being asked of Worsley here, who won this fixture 4-1 at the end of yesterday.
123. Shane, you require 161.
Worsley won't be starting on treble 14 when he comes back. Did I say when he comes back? I meant if.
It's like when he gets to finishes, he thinks, I'm just going to use the
77.
trebles I haven't
John
used very
Uriquois,
much in this
102.
match, and I'm just going to use them ones instead. He likes a little bit of variety.
Treble 14 with a second dart, more conventional. Couldn't find it though. McGuirk could go anywhere
94. Shane, you require
based on what we've
84.
witnessed so far. What do you fancy, Shane? It should now be the 14 segment. That was the intention. Just checking with the referee what he had
69.
remaining.
John, you require 8.
I don't think he can get much closer.
You were saying?
Yeah, that's came short in the fourth leg. Jon Worsley.
Good last start there from Jon Worsley. Levels things up.
Fifth leg, it's
And
Shane to throw
I'm
first.
just noticing
Game on.
something actually with Jon Worsley here. It might be an early thing. I've just seen him there in breathing on his hands, which may be a grip thing. And this might answer what I'm about to pose as a possibility here.
95.
That the dart looks loose in the hand. There just seems to be a little bit of play on that dart when he's pulling it back. Just a little bit of a movement that wasn't there yesterday. And with seeing him blowing on his hands, that would answer straight away that he's just a little bit cold.
Well, I must admit it was a little bit frostier leaving this morning.
$21.
I might be warming up now because that is going to be music to the ears of Jon Worsley. Does tend to employ
92.
that switch to the 18s rather than the 19s, and I can actually see some sense in that. Almost less effort, isn't it?
100.
And it obviously helps the breakdown for what he's trying to leave as well. Players will go different routes depending on what number they want to leave at the end.
177.
Perfect darts from Jon Worsley. It looks like he's making his move now. Wants to get that breaker throw. He had plenty of opportunities in the opening leg and let them ones pass him by. But I feel like he's a lot more warmed up here. He's a lot
John, you
more
require 132.
song. Surely won't let him pass him by again.
McGuirk may need something big here when he returns.
58. Shane, you require 150.
Seen quite a few wild, wide ones from Shane McGuirk, especially when it's come down to
60.
the finishing.
John, you require
Finding
74.
neighbouring segments.
Yeah, you'll get that with Shane. You'll get him going low and you'll get him going left. And that's due to his action. But this needs to go bang in the middle.
49. Shane, you require
Surprised he's only had
90.
a dart at the ball, really, from the position of 1-3-2 with 6 darts. Taking 5 darts to score the 82. We said it wouldn't let him pass him by. Double 15 for Shane McGuirk.
60.
Snatch
John,
another
you require
opportunity away
25.
from Jon Worsley.
Bit of a snarl there from the Welshman as well. He's scenting blood. Chooses double 12.
Yeah,
and
that's
pins
game
it
shot in the 5th
and
line.
leads
Jon
and breaks
Worsley.
and will throw for a 6th successive win on his Super Series debut.
6 lag is John the throw first. Game on.
Now, yesterday, Jon Worsley did this in style. 95.28 across 5 matches. If he is to win this one with, at the moment, an average
81.
under 80, he will just feel invincible. He will feel that if I play well, I win. If I play bad, I win. But the bottom line for Jonathan Worsley is he's going to feel like a
100.
winner.
The man who will be feeling the opposite in this group, Alec Small, in action next against David Evans. Then Steve Brown faces Andy Hamilton. And these darts will help Worsley win.
180.
Second of the match for him. Third, all told.
41.
That's the 10th 180 so far of the week for Jonathan Worsley. And this is only match number 6. And plenty of time to add to that tally.
140.
And he did have that 177, didn't he, in the previous leg as well? So showing some power scoring at the right times and producing his best leg as he looks to close out the match here.
John,
Could
you
do it in
require
11 darts,
100.
60 and 40. I was looking at tops there. Didn't have to do that with McGuirk not on a finish,
60.
but played it safe.
Shane finds the treble and thinks, where was you? Where was you when I really needed you? Because he'll fancy
99. John, you
Jonathan
require
Worsley is going to
40.
wrap this one up.
Game,
Wrapped up
shots, and a
and the bow
match.
tied
Jon
on it.
Worsley.
And Jon Worsley wins 4-2 against Shane McGuirk and wins for the 6th straight time at the Super Series, having played for the first time yesterday. Brilliant stuff from Worsley. His winning run continues. Not the level that he produced for most of the day yesterday, but still more than enough to win. A man who hasn't won yet, Alec Small, in action next. He takes on David Evans.
So then, our second match of this morning's session sees David Evans up against Alec Small, the Welshman looking to respond to an incredibly infuriating opening day, losing all 5 of his matches. But the one crumb of comfort may be that his performance levels certainly improved in his final 2 matches, with averages in the mid to high 80s. As for Stretch, one of his 2 victories came in this fixture yesterday, as he too upped his level as the day progressed, ending the day with performances more akin to what we expected to see from him here at the Super Series. Let's tuck into this one then with Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Abby. David Evans did indeed improve his performances and results as the day went on yesterday, winning his last 2 games after falling to defeats in his first 3. As for Alec Small, as we've pointed out, still looking for his first win, but as alluded to there, the final 2 games he played yesterday were lost in last leg deciders. 4-3 against Shane McGuirk, who's just gone down to Jon Worsley, and against this man in the penultimate match of Monday's play. But for David Evans, it could be a real turnaround after losing those first 3. He's looking for a 3rd win on the spin. And I know that, Matt, you were expecting decent stuff from David Evans. He might have discovered
First leg
it.
is David to throw first. Game on.
Ride that wave.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said actually he got better as the day went on, because he got better as the year went on as well on his last year on the Tour 2022 last season. And there's a couple of things that really stand out for me here. One, that he really likes playing against one of these quick players, because I'm just looking through his wins and losses, and there seems to be quite a few wins against Ricky Evans, who is one of the fastest players, if not the fastest player in the world. We know that Alec Small's got a bit of pace, so he clearly likes playing those quicker players, but also not
58.
Michael Smith. David Evans beat Michael Smith 6-3 in Players' Championship 29. Again, another quick player.
100.
Beat him with a 99 average. So it wasn't like Michael Smith just didn't perform when David Evans stole a win. David Evans
60.
played quality darts in that victory.
Against the man who would become world champion and world number 1.
Literally a month after that victory. So it was around the right time for him. And just before he won the Grand Slam of darts as well.
Well, Evans, unfortunate that dart seemed to come out of the treble 19.
140. David, you require 146.
That one stays in the treble 19, as does that one. Double 16.
114. Alec, you require 147.
146, not gone for Evans. 147 for Small.
131. David, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 16 dart leg. This will make him feel a lot better. A much better start to the day. When he lost a hat-trick of matches yesterday, but
Alec, you require 16.
he offers the opportunity to Alec Small. The man bottom of the table.
That's game shot in the first line.
But certainly Alex a man who can pick up the victories. A man who reached a final here not too long ago. He gets a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
The 4 missed darts from David Evans. And we're seeing David Evans playing on our TV screens this morning. We'll see him tomorrow.
97.
We'll probably see him throughout the week, and he'll hope we'll see him on Saturday. But we very nearly saw him recently, actually, because he played in the PDPA World Championship Tour Card qualifier, and he actually made the final of that. He went down to Richie Burnett, who then went through to play at the Alexandra Palace.
140.
He was just 1 match away from that being David Evans.
80.
Alec Small looking to build on it. The last leg was gifted, as Matt mentioned, with those 4 missed darts from Evans, but this is a much better leg in the scoring stakes from Small. A pacey player. Quick to throw the darts, quick to get to the hockey as well. He fell foul
59.
of the wrath of Owen Binks yesterday, didn't he? Well, he went for it. He got told off by Owen, who was reffing yesterday, for being in the exclusion zone. I thought it was a bit harsh, first offence and all that. I mean, I assume it hadn't happened in a previous game, or obviously Owen would have told him then, wouldn't he? Double 16.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Alec Small.
I'll tell you what, though, while I'm on the subject of Owen Binks, I mentioned he's spotting today. He's doing well to keep up with him.
Third leg is David to throw first. Game on.
I always think when a game goes like this, where a player like David Evans looked like he was going to win the opening leg, then he lost it, and then the player runs away with the next leg. It always reminds me of, remember a game we used to play at parties, Pass the Parcel?
100.
And you used to pass the parcel around, and then you'd pass it to that one child who would just sit there with it, and they wouldn't pass it, and they'd just wait for the music to end. That's what this reminds me of here. Alec Small was past the parcel, and now he's just sitting and holding on to it.
Sounded like it was a riveting Christmas at the Edgar household.
92.
Maybe it was a display of charades from Alec Small yesterday, because this is a different player altogether, isn't it?
57.
An imposter on the stage on Monday. Looking for a couple of treble 20s now.
59. $140.
Just quickly, speaking of these parlour games, we're not going to see much musical chairs at the top of this group, are we? Because we haven't discussed the impact of that first win for Jon Worsley. It stretches his lead to 6 points already.
And it asks very big questions of Andy Hamilton.
55. Alec, you require
Hammer in action
154.
next against Steve Brown.
$46. David, you require 20.
Double 10 then for Evans, who's 0 from 5 so far on the doubles.
That's game shot in the third leg. David Evans.
And gets off the mark in the match.
Just having a look over yesterday, David Evans,
game
38 darts at a double, he hit 13. So that's just shy of that 33%, which is the baseline, really, for what we always say, 1 in 3. So nothing to be too concerned about in terms of the doubling stats from yesterday. It was more this part, wasn't it? The power scoring, it just severely lacked. Seems to have found 56. That win in his game. So if he can combine the two together, yesterday's finishing with today's additional scoring power, we could see him go into the top half of the table today.
99.
And just to remind viewers that the top half of the table means at least Group B, which gives you a better percentage chance of qualifying for finals night on Saturday, because 3 go through from 5 players in that group. Of course, if you finish top,
Alec, you require 170.
You don't have to worry about playing Thursday and Friday at all. You're straight through.
92.
I think some of the latter weeks of Super Series 2 rendered that Group A winner as a finals night winner a bit of a myth, didn't it? A lot of people said there was a curse involved with that, but we
Alec,
saw
you require 78.
1 or 2 go on and win Group A and then win the week. Alec Small on treble 14.
60. David, you require 164.
Attempted yesterday, didn't we? Doing anything he can to leave double 18.
Well, if you like double 18, you must be well practiced on the
Alec,
double 9.
You require 18.
Over adjusted.
10. David, you require 115.
There's also an argument for splitting, isn't there, on 18 remaining, bearing in mind the position of double four.
39. Alec, you require 8.
Next to double 18, and that's what he's going for now.
Yeah, I always felt he was going to go straight for that double 9.
David, you
because
require
being
76.
such a fan of the 18s, you're going to probably throw out double 9 more than most people would.
Good dart. Well, this time it's Small giving out the gifts.
Yeah, that's
And
game
Evans
shot in the forward
accepting them.
leg. David Evans.
What that is that's where the person that's pressed the music and they do the stop, they go,
Fifth
will
lag
you
is
pass
David
that
to throw
parcel back?
first.
And they
Game
won't
on.
stop it until you've done it. And you go through about 3 songs and you're like, just, no, I'm holding on. And they force you to pass the parcel.
What's in the parcel?
125.
It's normally like a lollipop or something, but I wanted it. You can tell which one I was, can't you, playing past the parcel?
81.
Well, Evans who managed to grab hold of that leg, and it certainly was gift wrapped. 7 missed darts at double for Alec Small then.
98.
I'm sure David Evans wants to go into Group B. We've got that
60.
mathematical advantage, but also there's somewhat of a strange conversation emerged over on Twitter on David Evans' account. Aaron Beanie, who joins us on
98.
Thursday evening and Friday evening, has promised David Evans if they're in the same group, he will keep his
85.
shirt on.
Okay. I'm not sure I want to delve deeper into that. Players to join us later this week. Some in
60.
pretty good form as well. Brett Claydon and Josh Richardson, for example, have both qualified for the UK Open through amateur qualifiers lately.
130. David, you require 120.
120 then for Stretch Evans. Rejected.
80. Alec, you require 145.
Or he'll be dejected if this goes in.
94. David, you require 40.
To move himself within a leg of unwrapping the star prize in the middle of the bundle.
Yeah, that's game shot in the 5th flag. David Evans.
Better from Evans. That's restricting your opponent.
6 flag, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Forces Alec Small into the 15 darter, and in that case it would have required a big finish, the 145.
139.
Wants to keep this game going.
Quick reminder, Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton waiting in
59.
the wing. Steve Brown actually tweeted this morning that he's after a better day today. And he also made
95.
mention of hoping for no distractions. Rather cryptic tweet from Mr. Brown.
Did make mention many times yesterday about Steve Brown.
44.
He's not Steve Brown, the dart player, very often now. He's considered to be the chairman, the man who makes decisions, the man who looks for
95.
that progression within the game. And how much time does he get just to be Steve Brown? He's hoping that today could be the day that he can just enjoy being
58.
Steve Brown.
I did beat Andy Hamilton in the last match of yesterday, a 4-2 win for Brown there.
152.
Well, he's done everything he can to leave double 18, Alec Small, and there he made a bit of a mess of it.
58. Alec, you require 20.
Double 10 in the end. Double 5.
Yeah, that's game shot in the 6th flag.
And we go
Alec
the distance. Took us a long old while to get deciding legs yesterday, but here we are in game 2. And Evans and Small
7th and final leg. It's David to
play
throw
leg
first.
7
Game on.
for the second successive day. Yesterday, it was Evans that won after Small missed a dart. But guess what? Double 18.
58.
pick up his first win of the week.
One thing we tend to find
125.
with players that have the angle of entry that Alex Small does and the pace is when they get their first start right, they can hit a lot of 180s. Alex Small,
43.
surprisingly, is the lowest 180 hitter so far this week by quite some distance. He's only had 3 so far this week. Andy Hamilton, David Evans are on 6. They're the next in line. And I wouldn't have predicted Alex Small to be bottom of the 180 chart, but then again, I wouldn't have predicted Alex Small to be rock bottom of the
60.
league.
You predicted him to be top of the league, didn't you?
I can't remember, to be honest. It was
56.
quite some time back now.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a group of expect the unexpected. The only consistent thing at the moment is the winning Womble Worsley. It looks like Alex Small might be on course to get his first victory here. Coming down.
80.
Well, that is a little bit of a slip after that first start. And as you were saying, you'd expect him to follow, but he got nowhere near. And suddenly Evans could turn the tables. A 140 here would be huge.
140. Alec, you require 140.
Firm and aggressive. He's looking likely at the moment. Alec can't take this. So
78.
David Evans,
David, you require 100.
for his first Tumblers finish of the week.
Tops, surely. There's one.
60.
Looked like it was off the single 20. Alex Small missed a dart to beat
Alec,
Evans and get his
requires
first win
62.
yesterday. It's just one dart once again today.
30.
And he's missed again.
David, you require 40.
David Evans will already feel this was in. This is what dart players do. He'd have said that was in and out.
No
And
score.
that is out, out and out. And it could be
Alec, you
lights
require
out.
32.
Three clear for Small to get his first win of the
Game,
week. And
shot,
there it
and a
is.
match,
Alex
Alec
Small takes the prize. The game stops and the music starts as wildcard Alex Small picks up a 4-3 success over David Evans, who missed 4 darts himself to win that match in the decider. Small returning the result from yesterday and getting off the mark finally in Group A. Coming next, Steve Brown meets the hammer, Andy Hamilton.
So to complete our first round of matches today, Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton take to the stage. These two have met many times before. The head-to-head strongly in favour of the Hammer, but yesterday it was the ADC qualifier who came out on top. A 4-2 win, despite Hamilton averaging 5 points more than his opponent. The 2012 World Championship runner-up was favourite to win the group before a dart had been thrown, but will need to be more clinical on the outer ring if he's to keep himself in contention at the top of the table. To guide you through all the action, here's Edgar and Murph.
Indeed, a massive match already for Andy Hamilton, whose defeat to Steve Brown at the end of the day, following one to Jon Worsley just before it, means he is now 6 adrift of the new favourite to win the group in Worsley, the man who's won all of his matches. And you would start to feel pretty early on Tuesday morning that if the Hammer goes down here, then Worsley is almost home and hosed in terms of winning this group. And that is a very, very early call, but you can't see him suddenly starting to lose big clutches of games.
No, you just see him carrying on in terms of victories, not obviously to the 100%
First leg,
record.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
But certainly in terms of picking enough points, I think if he gets to 22, I think that's guaranteed. I think 20 points is probably going to keep him very strongly in the run. He's only 4 wins away from that 20-point mark. But Abby did mention that Andy Hamilton needs to be a little bit more clinical on the outer ring. I can give you a few numbers here that will just support that case. Andy Hamilton actually averaged 86.28 yesterday, which was the 3rd best running average of the day, despite having troubles on the doubles. 65 darts he had at doubles
125.
yesterday. That is 21 darts more than Jonathan Worsley, who had the 2nd most amount of darts at a double. In general, for a day, we expect it to be around the high 30s, low 40s. To give you an idea, 38, 38, 36, 38 are the other players, and Jonathan Worsley on 44. So Hamilton getting 65
81
is 7 handfuls of darts more than his closest rival.
But it tells 2 stories, doesn't it? One, that his doubling wasn't great, and 2, that his scoring was. And his scoring has been great at the start of this one. 301
85
points in 2 visits. And he's already taking the game to Brown, who threw first in the
60.
leg.
And you require 115.
This would be a way to start putting those woes behind him, to show that it doesn't bother him. And a player with the experience of Andy Hamilton, what he's done in the game, you can
39.
imagine one
Steve,
day
you
will
require
not affect the
150.
next.
Steve Brown said he didn't want any distractions. He's had one straight away. Hamilton crawling around to find the dart that was rejected.
70. And you require 76.
Treble 20 for starters. 16 leaves tops.
56. Steve,
And that was happening a lot yesterday.
80.
A lot of those misses were low on double top.
It's aggressive.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
good.
first leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown, tops. To hold on to his throw, Andy Hamilton had his opportunities.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Made a bit of a
Game
mess
on.
of that, really. From 115, only had 1 dart at a double. This was the problem yesterday. He was landing all the blows. It was like he was playing Mortal Kombat. And when he got to the point of finish him and the opponent was swaying, he didn't press his down towards back C and hit him with a fatality.
And Steve Brown showed him where it was twice. Salting the wound shot from Steve. Again, perfect on that treble 20, Andy Hamilton. If only it was master out, he'd have no problem.
140.
I have to say as well, the other side of the coin from that scenario we painted at the start of this match is that Andy Hamilton plays Jon Worsley after this. So if he wins this and then beats Worsley, it's very much game on, race on.
That's the advantage of this 3-day group. If this was
57.
on Thursday morning and we was on Group C, we'd be saying Jonathan Worsley's pretty much through because 2 players will go through in that scenario. Where only 1 player goes through this,
and
but the extra day's play
164.
just means we've got a little bit more wiggle room. You can just lose a couple more games and still keep yourself in the hunt.
Andy Hamilton scoring exceptionally well in the first couple of legs in this match, but Steve Brown is
92. Steve,
proving
you
to be a bit
require
of a pest.
161.
Based on the analysis that Matthew Eggers shared, those number crunching,
83. And you require 72.
that disastrous doubling from Andy Hamilton, Brown would expect to come back.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
This time
second
he
leg.
won't.
Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton levels up 1 apiece.
Be interesting
Third
to know
leg, it's
what
Steve to throw first.
goes through a player's
Game on.
mind at times, wouldn't it? Because we saw Steve Brown there just staring at the scoreboard, just looking at the scores, just not looking at the board,
46.
the scoreboard. Probably just trying to work out his finish, really, what he's going to do if he gets the opportunity.
I'd like to
87.
dig deeper into the first dart stats for Andy Hamilton, because he just seems like that first dart is going perfectly in the treble 20 time
80.
after time. Watch this, the first dart is guaranteed to go in the treble 20. I'm off.
61.
That was probably the biggest margin of miss on that target he'd done as well. Apologies, Andy.
57.
Take 2.
No, no chance. Ever since it was mentioned, he's been all over the place.
82.
Yeah, and he's got
40.
options here. Depends how he feels this game's going, because he could use the 19s. That will allow him to utilise the bull to leave the 170. If he'd have got the 4 19s. The 171 would obviously have left the 100 as well. So it's a more traditional
83.
sort of move now on the 271. Players thinking about leaving the finish from very early stages. I think even in the first 6 starts now in a professional game, you should be thinking about the end result
59.
at the back end of the leg. Case in point, the 100 and the 59 score. That leaves you the 342. Keeps you 9 darts away from winning the match, where exactly where you started at 501, you're still 9 darts away.
140.
Hamilton now potentially 2 darts away. How far away will Brown be after this visit? Blowing the hands from Andy Hamilton. You mentioned that with Jon Worsley earlier on. Maybe a little bit
48.
icier today.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
a nice
third
cool
leg.
finish from Andy Hamilton, who turns his tie around. Remember, had the chance to win the opening leg of the match.
Forward leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Brown punished with 2 darts in tops for the 80 checkout, but since then, it's been easy going for Andy Hamilton.
$133. 100.
I don't know whether it's because I keep looking at the league table and seeing Jonathan Worsley on top, but bit of advice for people at home, don't put the Wombles on. It's proper stuck in my head. I was trying to listen to the Wombles tune so I could drop some references in for Jonathan Worsley, and I'm probably
81.
reminded of it quite a lot in front of me, but yeah, it's in there.
You just want to give us a few bars, get it out of your system?
Phil?
55.
I don't know any of the bars, so just Phil. Will one do?
Mars. I think I'm supposed to say
137.
something like other brands are available. Andy Hamilton raising the bar on his levels from yesterday. He was
45.
so often in that
And
sort
you
of
require
mid-80s
150.
standard yesterday. It's mid-90s today for Andy Hamilton. He's gone from Spandau Ballet to Spice Girls.
80.
And he'll want to be top of the table, won't he, after today?
Top of the table.
180. And you require
taking
70.
advantage of moments like this.
Well, the difference between that mid-90s and that mid-80s is hitting his doubles a lot quicker than he was yesterday, and he's doing that in this match. 96 average, 50% checkout success rate for Andy Hamilton.
First, game on.
And it looks like he's going to exact revenge on Steve Brown for that 4-2 defeat yesterday.
The overall play of the hammer, certainly in this part of his game, more of the same. Although his average is better,
140.
this is just a repeat of yesterday's performance. What is better is the doubling.
One thing I will say, though, we mentioned it yesterday.
48.
Did tail off yesterday, and he did tail off last time he was here earlier in the week. So he will be looking to improve on those 3 wins from yesterday. Maybe get 4 out of 5. If he can get 5 out of 5, he knows he's going to be in a race with Worsley for top spot come tomorrow.
The
players are aware of it, aren't they? Steve Brown, in that tweet that you mentioned when he said he's hoping for no distractions, even referenced the fact that the whole pack are trying to chase down Jonathan Worsley.
That last dart delivered by Steve Brown was
140.
The technique was all over the place. His whole body seemed to turn as he threw the dart.
87. And you require 141.
You referenced yesterday Steve Brown as well, always showcasing an air of confidence. He's not doing that here.
129.
And for good reason as well, because Andy Hamilton is bossing this match.
100. And you require 12.
A match that might not have long to go.
100 average. Better display on the doubles.
6.
But is
Steve, you require 121.
a little chink in the armour coming into play again. And can Steve Brown pull off another party piece? The bullseye to do so.
96.
That would have hurt the hammer.
And you require 6.
He's had a dart to save it. Hamilton's had 4 darts to win it. Just regrips, recomposes. He won't be rushed.
Game,
and
shot,
perfectly
and match,
delivered from Andy Hamilton, who wraps that one up in the end with a 4-1 success over Steve Brown. And that just closes things up a little bit in the table. Andy Hamilton moves himself onto 8 points and puts all our eyes to that game coming up in a couple of games' time when he takes on top of the table Jonathan Worsley. But before that, we've got Alec Small taking on Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Win so far this morning for Worsley, Small and Hamilton. Worsley keeping that 4-point advantage over the chasing pack there. You can see in the league table, Alec Small also off the mark. We mentioned that Small wasn't rewarded yesterday for his improved form towards the back end of play. Well, he's picked up today where he left off yesterday and finally has his first victory in Group A. It was his third successive game that went to a decider, and for the first time he came out on the right end of it thanks to a 19-dart break of throw. As for Shane McGuirk, he was one of the players to get the better of the Welshman in a decider yesterday, but the early indication this morning is that these are two very different players today. Let's see how this one unfolds then in the company of Chris and Matt.
Two very different players with two very different campaigns so far. But Alec Small has started off the better today. He got his victory. And when you get that first victory, not only does it give you something to build on, but it just settles you into the whole environment and the whole campaign of what is ahead. And one of the first things you want to do in a game is get your first double on the board, get your first leg. Especially when you're playing on a TV stage under microscopes and analysis.
Alec throw first, game on.
One of the first things people worry about is losing to nil. Once
60.
that's out the way and that sort of potential embarrassment has gone, then it's, right, I want to get my first win. And that's something Alex wasn't able to do until this morning. So it is very fresh,
60.
positive vibes. And that will help him forget everything that happened yesterday.
Yeah, Alec has taken the first small
43.
step on that journey of 1,000 miles. Look, when you lose all your matches and somebody else wins all of theirs, and you can wave bye-bye to winning the group outright,
45.
can't you? But still every chance that he could haul himself up into the top 3 places.
100.
Remember what I said earlier? I said, if McGuirk's going to miss, it's going to be left and low. And that last shot was like a case in point, a 5 and then a couple of low darts.
60.
This will come just from that little bit of body movement he has in terms of the leg. The leg's got a habit of moving back
38.
on the left-hand side. So the back leg's got a habit of moving behind the line of the balance. See there, that little bit of flicker from that angle. Now, when that back leg comes behind the line of balance, it turns the body towards the left. And that's why he's going to go low and left if he's going to miss.
180.
Well,
162.
not much missing going on right now, is there? Well, a lot of metal in the way here for Alec Small. This would be a great dart
40.
if he managed to find it.
Shane, you require 40.
Clear bed at the same target for McGuirk after that fabulous setup shot, the 162. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first
This
lap.
match
Shane
has
McGuirk.
very quickly caught light.
Yeah, that 162 was a reaction to the 180 there as well.
Second lag,
180
it's
from
Shane
Alec
to throw
Small.
first.
Leave himself
Game
a
on.
2-darter, or potential 2-darter with the 80 finish. You go, all of a sudden he's the favourite, and then the Keegan Brown lookalike fires in a 162.
100. $60.
There seems to be a lot more authority in that throw of Small since getting that win. Almost like he feels confident enough to play his
85.
own game all of a sudden. We mentioned yesterday speed but no rhythm. Now we're starting to see both come together.
100.
It was 4-3 to
41.
McGuirk yesterday. Small did miss darts to win that match, a couple of them in the last leg decider at double 16.
51.
It just shows how small margins can be. And that pun wasn't intended, by the way. But had those darts, one of those darts and a dart at double against Evans yesterday gone in, Small here could be looking for his
85.
fourth win rather
Shane,
than
you
his
require
second.
154. 94.
Good resilience here from Shane McGuirk. His position in the top 3
27. Shane, you
was under a bit
require
of threat
60.
here after losing his first game. He is starting to find the form of yesterday straight away. 89.46 yesterday.
40.
Playing around that at the moment. Alec Small dropped completely off after getting that
83.
victory. He's
Shane, you
looking more
require
comfortable,
20.
but the dartboard side of the screen isn't quite going for him at the moment.
Trying to open the gate
Yeah,
there,
that's
so
game
to
shot in the
speak,
second
and he's
line.
done it.
Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk just making an angle for himself to use that as a guide, bedding the
Third
double,
lag, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
and in doing so, doubling his lead.
I'm not sure I've
60.
seen this nickname of Alec Small before, the wild card. I think that might be new.
Yeah, I can't say I was
140.
aware of it. I'm
57.
told by our production team, someone who knows better than me, that that character on the back of his shirt is actually from the game Fortnite. So
140.
maybe he's some kind of gamer.
You're just trying to play it down. You know exactly who that is on the back of the shirt.
60.
I think it's more likely that you knew than me. Actually, Matthew Edgar's more into Pass the Parcel than
123.
Fortnite, we found out today.
No, I genuinely don't really play that game. My son plays it all the time. but
140.
I'm not a
Shane,
fan.
you require 98. $78.
More into traditional games myself, jigsaws and things like that. Very good at them as well.
78. Shane, you require 20.
Completed one in a week, and on the box it said 6 to 7 years. Viewers will be grateful to know that I'm not here all week.
10. Alec, you require 106.
Treble 17 leaves the ball. Can't bail
38.
himself out, and McGuirk
Shane,
could
you
lead by
require
3 here.
10.
For a double
8.
break of
Alec, you
throw,
require 68.
offering opportunity. Alec Small's only had one dart at a double so far in this match. He's going to get 2 more.
Yeah, that's
Only
game shot in the
needs
third
one
line.
more.
Alex Small.
He was given gifts in his match with David Evans, and he was more than happy to sit with it.
Forward lag, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
What happened in the game Fortnite anyway?
So you jump out of this flying bus, and then you run around the
58.
map picking up weapons. I tell you who's really good at it, Ryan Searle. He is
Okay.
ridiculously good at Fortnite.
60.
Him and his whole family sit and enjoy a game of Fortnite, and I played a game with him once, and he was shooting people that I couldn't even see. You just see the scores going up, and in the end,
121.
I was that bad at it that what he did is he built a house and he said, just stand there, and I'll protect this. sort of thing.
93.
Him, Josh Payne, likes a bit of Fortnite as well.
There are a few darts players that are into the gaming.
Luke Humphries likes a bit of
85.
Fortnite and a bit of FIFA. I believe Jeffrey Deswan actually has
81.
a streaming channel for his games.
Yeah, he's almost semi-professional gamer, isn't he? JDZ.
60.
Well, this game not going well for Alec Small. You just see the reaction there, having
85.
got that elusive win. Small might have been thinking, right, I'm just going to race through the matches now, but that ain't happening here.
135.
In the next leg, have a guess at what you think Ryan Searle's gaming name is.
100. Shane, you require 42.
I'll have a think. Kind of hoping he misses this because I haven't thought of one yet.
26. Alec, you
It's
require
not just like heavy
82.
metal, is it?
I genuinely think I could let you have plenty of guesses and you won't get it.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth
Double
flag.
three found.
Alec Small.
Alec Small to level up this match, which started like it was going to be a real firework display. And has turned
Fifth
out
flag,
like
it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
a bit of a damp squib.
140.
At any point, you feel like this game's just going to ignite. Two players with all the ingredients you need to
140.
serve up. Absolute banging game of darts. And could this be the moment?
136.
140, 136 from Alec Small. We've learnt that if you give him opportunities, he's going to start coming back and punishing you.
100. 105.
Did well to find some space in there. He's left himself 120, although I would suggest that 120 is a very difficult finish for Alec Small.
180.
Well,
Alec
it's just got a bit harder now,
120.
because that 180 from Shane McGuirk has just added a bit of pressure.
Well, it went from improbable to impossible when he hit 15 with his first dart, so McGuirk
88. Shane, you require 81.
looking for a brilliant leg of darts. Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yes.
game shot in the fifth
A
flag.
dozen
Shane
darts with
McGuirk.
Small waiting on a double after as many. McGuirk breaks, and you said the match may ignite. Well, it looks like it has again.
Sixth flag, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And Shane did this in the opening leg as well. Alec Small hit that 180. Looked like he was going to take the leg, and then Shane McGuirk got 162.
45.
A rapid response from the arrow.
100.
Do you have a predicted gaming name for Mr. Searle?
I think we maybe... I might defer to the audience on that one. Should we get some
55.
guesses in at MSS Darts on Twitter?
I can tell you, if I said to you I'm going to reveal the
51.
answer on Saturday night, I still don't think anyone would get it right.
Unless
So
it-
think outside the box.
100.
You are going to send in a guess, please do tag myself at the Edgar501
96.
as well. I've got my Twitter open on the screen in front of me so I can see your messages coming through. Chuck that at in there as well.
By the way, do you need to check with Ryan if you're allowed to give this away? Does he want people
60.
know that he is the man on the other side of the screen?
I think he's changed it
58.
recently, to be honest with you.
If not, he'll be changing it pretty soon. Well, this game keeps changing. McGuirk, though,
137.
seeming to be closing in here. 104 remaining. One treble gets him a dart to win the match.
100. Shane, you require 104.
This is for the match. Treble that would have left double 16. So Alec Small, who's only had 3 darts at a double in comparison to the 15 that Shane McGuirk has had,
37.
could level this
Alec, you
game up
require 96.
and give him back that advantage of throw.
Well, he went double 19, double 19. Now, I don't mind that play, but I'm surprised that a
21.
man who loves double
Shane, you
18 so
require
much didn't try and
67.
utilise that as part of the finish.
And that was just one of those things where he said yesterday, you don't have to win every moment, win the key ones. That was a chance to put himself back in the game.
47. Alec, you require 75.
He's got another opportunity.
They went the distance. Oh, my. Oh, my. Well, he had another opportunity.
17.
What on earth is he doing?
Shane, you require 20.
Not only did he not get a dart at double in the visit, he didn't leave a double. Missed twice outside the
Game,
board.
shots, and a match.
And he's
Shane
punished
McGuirk.
to the hilt. What a bizarre end to that match. from Alec Small, who literally let it slip through his fingers. And Shane McGuirk wins 4-2, doubling up on victories against Small, who got his first win of the week earlier in the morning, but cannot carry on in winning form. And just look at the difference in darts at double as well. McGuirk having 17 to the 3 from Alec Small, though he should have had one in that last leg. McGuirk wins 4-2. Coming next, it's Jon Worsley against Andy Hamilton. Big game.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Yeah, and you can join us on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Tickets are free. Head over to dartshop.tv to book yours now. Next up here, though, Jon Worsley against Andy Hamilton. An incredibly intriguing battle between the man at the top of the table and the man who was favourite to be top before a dart had been thrown. Worsley's only average below 90 yesterday came in his opening match. He averaged below 90 in his opener again this morning. Will he be able to up his level considerably for a second successive day, or will Hamilton close the gap to just 2 points at the top of the table and build on what he produced in game one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out, shall we?
Let's find out, because this is a very, very significant showdown in the context of this group. Andy Hamilton with victory. The first defeat it would be for Jon Worsley, can close the gap to just 2 points at the top of the table. But a 7th win on the spin for the Womble would see him restore a 6-point cushion over the field, and you would have to think that he would be almost immovable at the top of the table.
Yeah, it'd give him a good cushion, and like Abby was sort of alluding to there, that Jonathan Worsley got better as the day went on yesterday. But this game too, that was where Jonathan Worsley had his standout performance, 107 average yesterday at this point in beating David Evans.
First leg is John the throw first. Game on.
So all the ingredients are on the kitchen unit. Can Jonathan Worsley put them all in the mixing bowl?
81.
Andy Hamilton's going to be hoping the answer to that question is no. He's the player who could really make a move. He was 3-1 to win this group at the start of play today. If he can win this match, you'd probably say he's going to level up those odds for the group winner. Jonathan Worsley 11-10.
180.
But he is a big 180 hitter. 11-10 on the odds, and that is 11. 180 so far for the week.
He had 3-0 in this fixture yesterday, didn't he, Andy Hamilton? And had
100.
a couple of darts to win the match. It would have been him who was going into the last match looking for a clean sweep. Instead, Worsley turned it around and then went on to make it 5 from 5, and since 6 from 6.
75.
And I said earlier that he'll just feel a bit invincible at the moment. Whether he plays well or doesn't, he just seems to win. And that just gives you positive vibes that you can get yourself out of any situation going. Quick odds check for you on this game. Jonathan Worsley is 8-11 favourite. Andy Hamilton, even money. Do you think that represents a little bit of value potentially there in the hammer?
Definitely.
$95.
Looking at your weekly odds as well. Brett Claydon, someone I said to keep an eye on. He was 14-1 yesterday. He's moved into 11-1 actually. Moves into 6th favourite to win
42.
this week.
John, you require 70. $50.
Worsley so far living up to that favourite billing. Hamilton not coming out with the super scoring we saw in his first match. And he bettered
82.
Steve Brown when he
John, you require
battered
20.
Steve Brown.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
We
first
spoke a bit
leg.
about
Jon
the
Worsley.
lyrics to the Wombles today because of Jonathan Worsley and the reference to Wombles all over his
Second
shirt.
leg, it's Andy the
Andy
throw
Hamilton
first.
used to like
Game
a
on.
bit of Can't Touch This by MC Hammer. Always saying here that if Jonathan Worsley is to win this game and go 6 points clear after 7 matches,
60.
is he in the position of you can't touch this?
Suddenly got in my head some kind of Wombles MC Hammer collab.
Only in your head would that ever exist.
128.
We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about iconic things associated with darts players, and that was one of them, Andy Hamilton, with that Hammer Time walk-on. Big inflatable prop hammer at the Premier League, of course. Kind of dropped the props, haven't they, at the Premier League? People think it's the format and all that kind of thing that has seen people question the significance of the Premier League of late. I think it's a lack of fancy dress from the players. I remember when Simon Whitlock used to walk down with a Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and Dorothy.
Yeah, you're not allowed a lot of things though now as well. Like when I played in the World Championship, I had the Edgar Mania shirt, which was a homage to Hulk Hogan, and I wanted to use the real American walk-on song, so I did Hulk Up.
80.
And there was like, well, you can't use that because it's not references to what you've used before. And then I wanted to have the feather boas. I couldn't have the Hulk Hogan feather boas. I then wanted a flag. I couldn't have the flag. So you're not allowed, because they say
96.
people grab
John,
it
you require 53.
when you're walking on. So yeah, you've got to be pretty much hands-free.
There's the Womble getting free of the field here. Double 10 for a two-leg lead over his
That's
closest
game shot in the
rival.
second leg. Jon Worsley.
Well, it's going the way it went for Hamilton in the first three legs yesterday. Remember, I said Hamilton led the match 3-0.
Third leg
Worsley
is John the throw
is throwing
first.
here to
Game
do
on.
the same. He turned it around on that occasion. I'm talking of things that are and aren't allowed on walk-ons, etc. We're going to return to the Circus Tavern for the World
100.
Seniors later this week. Bob Anderson, of course, once trotted out on a horse, or with a horse.
That was before the days of health and safety.
41.
Yeah, Bob Anderson in action in that tournament. Once again, the Limestone Cowboy.
$100.
Remember John Part once waltzing onto the Ali Pali stage with Chewbacca and Darth Vader in tow.
Was that for the final when you played Shepherd?
It possibly was. Yeah, I'm just thinking, of course, if Worsley ever made it,
100.
surely he's going to have a whole cast of Wombles as his entourage.
Well, I said earlier on that
140.
Jonathan Worsley averaged 107 in this game yesterday. When he really raised his average, he's rose it again. 107 looks mediocre compared to this today. He's nearly on 109.
Yeah, and dwarfing
60.
the level of
John, you
Andy
require
Hamilton here, who's
161.
potentially going to post his worst display of the week so far. At the worst time.
I think
137.
it's safe to say Jonathan Worsley enjoys 11 o'clock. He enjoys game number 2.
85. John, you require 24.
Double 12 then for a 13 darter. That was his PB that averaged yesterday, wasn't it, as well? He's looking to beat his personal best 2 days in a row.
18.
And there's more significance to this game, actually. Not just the points and going 6 points clear at the top of the table. But Andy Hamilton is his closest rival if we look at legs.
140.
If
John,
Jonathan
you
Worsley is to
require
get a
6.
big, sizable win here, he will be adding legs to his
Yeah,
column.
that's game shot in the
And
third
every
leg.
time he hits
Jon
a double
Worsley.
like that, he is taking it off of Andy Hamilton. If Jonathan Worsley was to go on and win this
Forward
leg
leg, it's Andy the
and
throw
win this
first.
4-0,
Game on.
he will go to plus 16. Andy Hamilton will go down to plus 5. He'll go 11 legs clear.
And it's dominant from Worsley so far. Not just this match,
140.
this group. And we were looking at it. Andy Hamilton was made favourite. I don't think anybody really expected anybody to run away with it.
He
60.
mentioned in his last game, there is a line in that Womble song of being unnoticed. And he did, he came in, we weren't really speaking about him, was we? We were speaking about Andy Hamilton, we was looking at other people like David Evans, who's just come off the
100.
tour and has played recently at Q School. We spoke about Alec Small being someone who may come and make a bit of a charge. We kind of neglected to talk about the chances of Jonathan Worsley, and
100.
now he's forcing us into a position where we've got no choice but to constantly talk about Jonathan Worsley.
$81.
Hamilton not rolling over, something that he doesn't know how to do. Hamilton made a career out of being one of the great defiant dartists on the planet.
140. 100.
Andy Hamilton sets up a possible two-darter. The way Worsley's been playing, you think he's going to apply some pressure to this.
100. And you require 80.
60 for 20. 20 for 40. 40 to avoid the whitewash, to avoid the 4-0.
40. Jon, you require 101.
He has to hope.
That was the first dart at a double in this match for Andy Hamilton, and it might be the last.
81. And
Gets
you
more.
require 40.
Gets let off. Another low dart at tops, double 10. Wide, double 5.
No score.
Wide again, wrong
Jon,
bed.
you require
And surely
20.
now the Welshman Worsley will whitewash Andy Hamilton. He does exactly
shot,
that.
and a match.
4-0
Jon Worsley.
to the Womble, who pulls clear of the field. Fantastic dominance, not just in that game, but in this group. An average of 98.56 for Worsley in that one. A couple of 180s in there as well. Restricted Hamilton to 4 darts at double, all of them coming in that final leg. And Worsley, with a 4-0 win, pulls 6 points clear of Hamilton and McGuirk. Coming next, it's David Evans against Steve Brown. One of those will pull themselves in contention for the top 3.
Next up for you this morning then, David Evans against Steve Brown. both players defeated in their opening matches of the session. Brown afforded just 3 darts at double in his match against a very impressive Hammer. As for David Evans, he lost out to Alec Small a little while ago, missing 4 tops in the deciding leg stretch. With a whitewash win when these two met yesterday, it was his standout display of the day. It was the game where he really arrived at the Super Series with a 94 average and 40% checkout success. And to find out which of the two will move on to 6 points in the league table, let's hand back to Murph and Edgar.
Thank you very much, Abby. David Evans, the 33-year-old Lancastrian, looking to pull clear of Steve Brown, move on to 6 points, 2 adrift of Hamilton and McGuirk. Brown, well, exactly the same plan for him, both on 4 points in positions 4 and 5 in the Group A table. But before we get into the meat of this match, just a word on the last one, because Jon Worsley just dispatched of his nearest rival like he really does
First
believe
leg,
that
it's David to
he has a divine
first.
right to win this group.
Well, if he didn't believe it beforehand, he should now believe it, because it is completely in his hands. He's 6 points
78.
clear. He's 11 legs clear of his nearest rival. I think he needs just 3 more wins, and that could be it.
60.
This fixture yesterday was one-sided, as one-sided as that one we've just
78.
seen. David Evans winning it 4-0, restricting Steve Brown to just 1 dart double in the game.
101.
Yeah, I was interested there when I saw the graphic come up and said Steve Brown's career best was the World Championship last 32. He did that in 2011. And
80.
just makes you wonder, like, what players would put down as those big achievements. Obviously, he reached further in TV tournaments. He reached a couple of last 16s.
100.
That being at the World Match Play in 2010. I remember that was there myself. He beat Terry Jenkins. The World Grand Prix and the Players' Championship Finals. But
85.
he actually won what we'd now call a Pro Tour, which was the UK Open qualifier in 2011, which was probably harder to win than a Pro Tour in 2011 because the field was doubled, if not more
100.
than that in those events. And you'd have had what is all the top sort of Challenge Tour players in there nowadays. You'd have had all the Pro Tour players. It'd been more matches.
125. Steve, you
that
require
should be the standout
140.
achievement.
100. David, you require 55.
Tops for Evans to carry on this winning run of legs against Steve Brown.
35.
Can't find it, so
Steve,
the
you
same
require
target
40.
for Steve Brown.
Yeah, that's game shot in the
does
first
achieve.
leg. Steve Brown.
A breaker throw in the opening leg, and he won't be whitewashed for a second successive day against Stretch Evans.
Second leg, it's
It's
Steve to
interesting
throw
how different
first.
players might look
Game
at it.
on.
I think in the eyes of the world, most players are judged on World Championship results, aren't they?
140.
Apart from by those of us who are more sort of darts nerds and delve into all results. But yeah, what's your proudest moment? Which
58.
first round victory do you regard as your best ever?
Well, it's a tough one because personally for me,
60.
I think beating Gary Anderson with the 170 finish was right up there at the very top, because Gary Anderson being one of the best 5 players that's ever lived. And also the story that comes with that. I missed 3 darts to beat him 2 days prior.
58.
And when I saw the draw come out and I could have played him in the second round, I was cheering him on in the first round because I wanted to have another crack at him. And then I had that crack at him. The bit I don't say about that story is I averaged about 103 in that match as well. It was one that I was really gunning for and really wanted, and to win it in that way. But the funny part of that story is after the match, I asked for his flights. I said, "Oh, can I have your flights, Gary?" Because it was a big win for me. And he goes, "Oh, you can just have the darts because I'm going to change them for the World Match Play." And I didn't want to take the darts off him. I was like, no, it's fine, I'll just take the flights. And then as he walked off,
65.
I thought, what a silly idea. Why didn't I take the darts? And that's something I'm probably going to look back in years' time and really kick myself over not taking them.
It's an interesting answer, that, because Yeah, we look at stats, don't we? That the best run in a big tournament,
100.
a win like we saw for Steve Brown. But so often for a player themselves, it's not about what they did, but actually who they beat.
123.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be sometimes you'll win tournaments or win titles, and it's great that you got the win, but there's not that moment, that defining moment
100.
within the run.
Steve, you
Yeah, there was
require
a time when beating
87.
Phil Taylor was almost more impressive than winning the tournament. Taylor, of course, back at the Circus Tavern for the World
71.
Seniors Championship.
David, you require
Later this
92.
week, the man who sat in this very commentary box, that very chair you're in on our opening night here, did threaten to play in this tournament. Hasn't materialised yet, but the invitation is still open, Phil.
56. Steve, you require 16.
Steve Brown might be about to open up a two-leg lead here.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Steve Brown.
Is he going to completely reverse that scoreline from yesterday?
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
When we talk about that 2011 World Championship that Steve Brown credits to his best performance in his career,
55.
it was a first-round win against Jelle Klassen. Steve Brown was the unseeded player. Jelle Klassen was the number 26 seed, so 26th player in the world at the time.
85.
3-1 before losing out to Terry Jenkins 4-1. Terry Jenkins ended up having a big run there all the way through to the semi-finals before he lost to Gary Anderson.
96.
And Jenkins, of course, here recently at the Super Series, drawn in the first round at the World Seniors against a man who all of us here
44.
at the Super Series are very interested in following the progress of, a certain Chris Mason. That will be the first match of the tournament at the Circus Tavern on Thursday afternoon.
58.
Yeah, Chris Mason was mightily impressive actually when he played down here in the Super Series. He won his week,
100.
went into Champions Week and certainly didn't look out of place.
Yeah, I think actually had he played a week earlier or a couple of weeks earlier, he might have had more of a chance of winning that Champions
54.
Week, because the last thing he wanted, having won his week, was to have to do it all again the week after, wasn't it?
Lots of
36.
potential winners this year for the Seniors World Championship. Really good development of that one. I think last year I probably counted about 4 or 5 where you go, they could win it.
Yeah, many thought it might be
93.
Taylor, Painter, Thornton or Adams, and they kind of were the protagonists, weren't they, in that tournament?
95.
Now we're seeing the qualifiers.
David, you
come more
require
and more into it.
145.
If you hear Matthew Edgar chuckling at any point, it's because I've 3 times now nearly fallen off my chair in this commentary box.
If he goes off, we've got to go. If you do come off, we've got to go comms cam.
97.
You do
Steve,
come
you
down,
require
just laying on the floor.
141.
There's some kind of prank being played on me here with a faulty chair.
61. David, you require 48.
Right, to avoid having done to him what he did to Steve 24 hours ago.
28.
But all he's avoiding
Steve, you
right now is hitting a
require
double.
80.
And this is for a double breaker throw. He did this earlier. I normally call this the overly aggressive route. Because when you've got
40.
3 darts in hand.
David, you require
You
20.
don't really need to go that way. Steve Brown loves it though. And just like last time, he got tops with the first dart and wasn't able to
that's
find
game
the
shot
one
in the
that wins
third
the
leg.
leg.
David Evans.
That is the one that wins the leg. It goes the way of David Evans.
Forward
Just
leg,
also
it's Steve
thinking
to
if you
throw
did come off your
first.
chair,
Game on.
You'd probably make a bit of a mess. You'd probably be surrounded by those favourable crisps you've got down there as well.
45.
Yeah, behind the scenes at the Super Series. Those of you who don't know the story is that our commentary colleague, presenter extraordinaire, Henry Deacon, left us all a nice multi-pack of crisps for us all to share. 36 packets. And yeah, there's still 35 left because they are
120.
Not the best choice. Try again. Try harder, Henry.
100.
He will be watching as well. He's a
57.
Super Series super fan. Henry Deacon. Although I did hear, I know that, you know, when Glenn Durrant's here, he likes to big up the quiz team and stuff like that. I did hear that Henry cost the Super
56.
Series quiz team last night due to some antics.
Yeah, I did ask Abby when I got here this morning
100.
how the quiz went last night, and she very aggressively told me that they finished second. Clearly doesn't like not being in first position.
Yeah, I mean, every time I've been, we have won it. Just putting that out there.
121. 60. David, you require 164.
Anyway, back to the darts. Steve Brown has a chance.
98. Steve, you require 114. 76.
Shanghai down the bottom.
David, you require 66.
Well, we saw Alec Small attempt the Shangas on the 18s, and now we're seeing the Shangas attempted on the 19s.
That's game shot in the forward leg. David Evans.
David Evans levels things up. We're staring down the barrel. Steve Brown.
Fifth
Two
leg, it's
darts
David
at
to throw
tops
first.
for a 3-0 lead. It's now a level game with David Evans throwing first, and that will flip-flop the odds. Put David Evans back into favourite position.
46.
Only slightly, though.
57.
Look, he's not getting too excited with the action in play. They sitting pretty much on the fence. Let you take your own pick on who you think is going to win this one.
140.
I'll take my pick because based on what I've witnessed so far from both of these players, I would say that Evans is the most likely. I think Steve Brown has
125.
at times crumbled a little bit in matches when he's looked like he's been playing well, when he's lost his way. And earlier on today as well, we saw from Steve Brown something that we don't often see, which is him beating himself up.
There's something we don't often see, a bit of a dash, a bit of a run.
60.
Now, I'm not saying that David Evans is going to be going in any sprinting competition soon. I'd more say that was what you said yesterday, where you cross the road and the car's coming, you move the legs faster, but you don't actually move any faster. But the dart was just a little bit loose. Now, for the dart to count, the dart needs to be retrieved or touched and disturbed.
171.
So he
David, you
ran to the
require
board.
131.
He moved limbs a bit quicker to the board, I won't say ran, and got his hand in the way so that it would count as a retrieved score, so he didn't lose those 60 points.
55. Steve, you require
Something we did
88.
see from Steve Brown yesterday, which we haven't seen much of until just then, was his ability to hit a big score when he looked out of a leg. That 171 has got him back into this leg, and the bullseye would see him win this leg.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth leg. Steve Brown.
And a positive reaction for Steve Brown. A bit of a quiet go on. That is
Sixth
very
leg, it's
Pro
Steve to throw
Tour-esque,
first.
where
Game on.
you'll see players have a bit of a celebration, but it's muted.
They've got to be quiet, haven't they, at the Pro Tour? Well, look at a telling off.
100.
Now, what's happened here? I think a flight has found its way behind Marco Meyer.
$97.
It's a kind of different feeling here, isn't it? And as it was in the room in Southampton and the previous guys of this tournament,
55.
because it's completely quiet, but you're entitled to make as much noise as you want. Obviously not when the other player is throwing their darts.
Yeah, that would be a completely different game.
93.
Be like a basketball.
Well, Adam Warner, interesting, when he was here, he was talking about how he used to play in the varsity darts matches at university. And he loved the atmosphere, and he said it basically involved everybody shouting
97.
miss.
Yep, I've played a varsity event as a guest, and I'll be playing one in about 4 weeks' time as well.
80.
And I can vouch that they are possibly the best atmospheres I have ever played darts in.
Worth checking it out if you've never had the
85.
pleasure. University darts. Henry is watching, by the way. He said feel free to enjoy the
134.
multi-pack.
Steve, you require
I think
164.
enjoy is probably the wrong word, Henry. Enjoying this match, though.
89. David, you require
Steve
97.
Brown. Putting the pressure on.
He's used the bull well here to get himself in this one. The bull to win the last leg. The bull
57.
to set
Steve, you
himself
require
up
75.
for a potential two-darter for 2 points.
$69.
Two is
David,
the
you
number.
require 40.
The amount of darts he has just missed at the double gives David Evans the opportunity to re-break the throw, put himself favourite to win this match.
30. Steve, you require 6.
He's hit this already today. You got it right in the corner by the double 19.
We will have to go to the left, and now he hasn't got much left. He's gone back to the venue in Southampton
No
to throw that one.
score. David, you require 10.
And David Evans, therefore, maybe back in business. Double two.
6.
Brown comes back.
Steve, you require 6.
He's had his chances. He had chances against Alec Small.
Game.
David Evans
Shot
missed 4
and a
match starts
Steve
against
Brown.
Alec Small and lost the game. And he had 6 starts in that one to save it and give himself the throw back. Opportunities came, opportunities went. And Steve Brown takes them as he gives us a little bit of a dance and celebration up to the balcony there. He's happy enough with those points, and the battle of the two players that was on 4 goes the way of Steve Brown, who moves on to 6, and that completes our second round of fixtures. Our third round of fixtures will begin soon with Andy Hamilton taking on Alec Small.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Brown has just completed a 4-2 victory over David Evans. Evans had chances again to force a decider in that match, didn't he? He had chances against Alec Small as well. Those misses at crucial times really started to cost him. Yeah,
he's missed opportunities galore today. He did the same yesterday as well. And because he's not scoring as well as some of the other players, he doesn't have the opportunity, he doesn't have the opportunity to come back. Someone like Andy Hamilton, we said yesterday, was not checkout percentage, lowest of all the players, and the amount of darts he had at the double though was the highest of all the players. He kept carving out opportunities because of that scoring power. David Evans isn't finding that, so his opportunities are limited, and he's literally just limited to those 3 darts here and there.
Yeah, Steve Brown, we're going to have a little look at the league table, and we can see that he's now moved on to 6 points. Jon Worsley leading the way. How crucial was that last victory over Andy Hamilton? Not just for the 2 points, but look what it's done to the leg difference column as well.
Yeah, I picked up on this in commentary as well, because when you're playing one of your rivals, if you can get a big win, it does 2 things. Every leg counts double. You win 4, your opponent's losing 4. And that's what happened there, and that went from +12 and +9 to now +16 and +5. That is a big, big difference in the legs column. And legs is the first deciding factor if 2 players level on points. So that actually acts as a bit of a bonus point now for Jonathan Worsley. I think that lowers down his requirement. Normally we say around 22 points is what you need for this group. With that sort of leg difference, it could mean now 20 points could be enough for Jonathan Worsley, which means he could be just 3 wins away from booking his place on Saturday.
And Murph picked up on Hamilton's stamina over the course of yesterday and managing the day. How would you go about managing things to ensure that you're able to keep that level throughout the course of the day?
It's very, very hard in this environment, and it's about just being on and off all the time. You can't concentrate for long enough. I say this all the time. We haven't got the ability as humans, and people might say, well, they're only playing darts, they're not running around. Well, the same thing a lorry driver or a van driver has to take legal stops all the time because the level of concentration. So you need to be able to come in and out of that concentration zone, whether that is just having a couple of casual darts at the board, not playing these games or these heavy routines. That's for before we start. Once we start, it's tick over time. Sit down, get up, don't sit down too long, don't stand up too. It's fine balance. And getting that right sometimes can take a day or 2, especially in this environment.
And a word on Andy Hamilton. He's up next against Alec Small. The 2 performances he's put in so far, 14 points difference between the 2 averages. What are you expecting from this one?
I expect him to be around about 90. That's what I expect from Andy Hamilton all the time, around that sort of 90 mark. If he can start to get those doubles going like he did in the first game, he'll go up towards the 95 sort of area. That's what we expect from him, consistency, which is why he was the bookie's favourite to win this group before the off. I just don't think anyone projected what Jonathan Worsley's doing.
Yeah, I don't think any of us predicted that. Let's get into this one then and rejoin Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much. Andy Hamilton was the man that most people predicted, including the odds compilers, would be the one to catch, the one to beat. Well, he's been beaten 3 times now in this group, including twice by Jonathan Worsley, who's won all of his matches. Alec Small, on the other hand, has won just 1. That is first of today against David Evans. Hamilton looking to bounce back from that hammering at the hands of Worsley. Went down 4-0 a couple of games ago. And Small, having beaten Evans 4-3, went down to Shane McGuirk.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
In game 4 this morning. Marco Meyer proceeding over all of them. And Hamilton has the darts in a match which saw him win 4-2 yesterday.
96.
Contrasting styles between this pair. Hamilton, the methodical, mechanical
140
type of tosser. Whereas Small is a speedy slinger.
95. 100.
A good analysis from Matthew Edgar on the balcony about how to manage the stamina side of things at a day at the darts at the Super Series. I think he's decided to have a game off
75.
to manage his stamina because he hasn't returned yet.
$57.
But these weeks are marathons. Hamilton just fixing his equipment a little there. And Edgar returns. Nice of you to join me.
83.
I think this is a big game here, really. When we look at that group table, this round
60.
of fixtures could
And
be
you require
decisive.
152.
Shane McGuirk and Andy Hamilton have to win in this round of fixtures. Jon Worsley has kind of already done his job for today in terms of ensuring that he's going to end the group top of the table going into the final day.
134.
It's
Alec,
all
you require
down to Hamilton and McGuirk.
144. $86. And you require 18.
Split or hit. The former to leave double eight.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Andy Hamilton. Second leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
We've seen some maverick stuff from Alec Small this week. Double 18, his favourite target. We just saw him there
140.
trying to hit treble 11 to leave that double. Yeah, when you've got a favourite, sometimes you can
81.
try and leave it a bit too often. And I think that's sometimes the case here with Alec Small, just chasing down the favourable double 18.
81.
Where I think instead of looking at the back end of the leg, he might be able to find a pattern within the scoring phase that suits him better. I've mentioned a few times players that like double 16 can use the 17s to get that scoring breakdown, to get that pattern. Don't know what it is on the 18s because it's not something I traditionally would try and leave. But there will be something within the scoring phase, within those first 9 darts, that a switch to a different number would help him
40.
rather than trying to chase down some strange combinations at the back.
Yeah, he's looking for the treble to find it rather than thinking 2 singles would leave it.
100.
If he gets a treble, then he gets 2 darts at a different double.
100.
You see him pondering in the background. It's almost the cogs are turning for him here to work out how to finish this on double 18.
$100. And you require 142.
I think at some point we might well see him splitting a double to leave double 18. He might go a big 4 at some point. He won't be in this leg, I assure you of that, because Hamilton
90. Alec, you
is hot on
require
his heels.
40.
After seeing him go for the 14s on 78, nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, that's game
It's a
short
level
in the
game.
second leg. Alec
I was
Small.
going to say the man in purple, but both men are in purple.
Third leg,
bit
it's
of a
Andy to
chat
throw first.
Off air upstairs
Game
with Abby, who was mentioning that, was it a myth or was it an actual rule that you couldn't have the same shirt? And it used to be a rule within the PDC where if you was on a
100.
TV game, so both players looked different and was visibly different, that both players couldn't wear the same
92.
colour. So in this situation, Andy Hamilton versus Alec Small, one of them would have to change. Now, how it used to work was the player that was ranked highest would get to choose their shirt. So if I was going to go play a game against, well, I'll tell you one I played. I played Simon Whitlock.
140.
Played him at the Players' Championship Finals. I had to take 2 shirts because you have to try and preempt what colour they're going to wear, and then you've got to take a second shirt just
81.
in case they decide to go with that. Now, some people are easy. You play Dave Chisnell, it's great. You know he's going to wear yellow. But it's the players that change all the time because they force you to bring 2.
Well, I can give you a great example of that. I actually had the privilege of being in a practice room at the World Grand Prix when Peter Wright played Dave Chisnell.
95.
Peter Wright chose to wear yellow. So it was Chisnell who would have had to change. And I think on that day, they gave Chisnell special
100.
dispensation to wear his shirt, and that's about when the rules started to change. And Wright, of course, does wear a different colour all the time. It sometimes wears just about every colour. At the same time, the colour is red here for Andy Hamilton.
131.
Didn't want that 11, was looking for the 14 next to it. Well, that's a mess.
70. And you require 35.
He does look
Yeah,
well at
that's
the
game
minute,
short
Andy
in the third
Hamilton.
leg.
He's
Andy
throwing well, he
Hamilton.
looks well. I'd say this is the most slim line we've seen Andy Hamilton for
Forward
some
lag,
years.
it's Alec
He's
to
looking
throw first. Game on.
very trim. Seems to be looking after himself well. And I suppose as
45.
the years go by, I know this myself, when the mileage starts going on the clock, you've got to start maintaining a little bit more. And I think Andy Hamilton is someone that could never imagine not playing darts. And he's gone, okay, well, if I want some more longevity, I'm going to have to start
45.
looking after myself a bit, and it's paying dividends. He's looking good, and the darts are still up to that very high standard.
Well, the other thing is being off the tour, isn't it? When you're on the
121.
tour, constantly travelling to different places, it's a lot harder to manage routine, if you like.
$86.
And
81.
thank you to Aimbot on Twitter. That's just sent us in a cracking tweet, giving us some amazing stats on the doubling, and he's showing us the doubling percentage expectancy of Alec Small is 34.6%,
43.
but it goes up to nearly 45 when he throws at the double 18. So you can see why he's wanting to do so. Nearly
96.
11 points better off. 11% more chance of hitting the double 18 than any other double on the board. Clearly a favourite area of the board for Alec Small.
It almost suggests that he's done his own homework as well, because you get a lot of players who have favourite doubles, but when you delve into the stats, they're not actually as good as they are at other ones that they choose not to leave. But it's not just a favourite one for him, it's a largely successful one for him. Thanks to Peter for tweeting in. He said last week he tweeted in to ask if Andy Smith was still playing darts. We found out that he wasn't. Now he's asking,
57.
is Alex Roy still chucking?
64. Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Alec Small.
Well, this Alec has levelled this match.
I don't know if Alex Roy is
Fifth
still
leg, it's Andy to
throwing
throw
darts
first. Game on.
or throwing good darts, but I can certainly tell you that he'll probably be talking good darts still. He'll be telling you all about the time that he won the Vauxhall Classic in 2000, and
81.
I've never known anyone remember dart by dart like Alex Roy.
Well, those days without records must have been a brilliant time to be a dart player, because you could just come off and say anything, couldn't you? I missed double 12 for a 9-darter 4 times, and he took out 170, 167, 161 and 160.
I never knew Alex Roy lose to anything bar a ton plus average. Every time.
96. $60.
Oh, I'm just having a little look, and there's a team photo with Alex Roy at the front, and it looks like he's been in the gym quite a bit, to be fair to you. He's looking a bit meaty.
140.
Does have a slight resemblance to Randy Orton. If anyone watches the wrestling.
180.
I thought there was a coffee shop or something, Randy Orton's. 180 from Small. Leaves 127.
140. Alec, you require 127. 102.
Can't find
and
the
you
ball.
require 44.
So Andy Hamilton. Looking at 12 for double 16. To lead by 1.
Yeah, that's
and go
Green
within
Shaw in
1
the 5th flag.
of the win.
Andy Hamilton.
An all-important win it would be, just to keep some kind of pressure on the man who just walloped him a couple of games ago, Jon Worsley, the
6 flag,
unbeaten league
it's Alec
leader.
to throw first. Game on. $51.
Okay, I have the answer.
Listening, Peter?
I've just been going through his Facebook profile, and first of all, we're getting lots of comments about Liverpool, which I'm sorry, Alex, if you're watching, because unfortunately you're a Liverpool fan, and it's not been your season.
82.
But someone shared a memory, and he responded to it on June the 26th, 2020.
100.
And he says that that was the last set of darts he had that was new. The only ones he's got now have no grip on them. Another reason why I don't play anymore. The answer will be no. Alex Roy does not play no more. And I tell you, it's making me feel old because he also just recently had his 48th birthday.
140.
Wonder if in a couple of years the lure of the World Seniors might get him out of retirement.
I think one of the images I remember in my head of Alex Roy was at the World Match Play. I used to always go and get a season ticket. And he was playing Phil Taylor, and he was stood on the stage, and he was like at the end of the stage pointing to the boys like, "Come on, then, come on!" As Phil Taylor's doing his
and
walk
you require
on, he was loving it.
158.
Well, Andy Hamilton will be loving this. It's for the match. It's not going to be.
$98. Alec, you require 70.
Good dart. Double 8.
Yeah, that's been short in the 6th.
3-3.
Alec Small. 7-10
camaraderie between the pair.
Throw first. Game on.
Andy Hamilton has the darts in the decider.
It's been a good game, this one as well. Both players around sort of the mid-90 average. 94.23 for Andy Hamilton. Small 95.
45.
And he has found himself a maximum in this one as well. Something that I was surprised with his return on yesterday. Thought it'd be a lot higher on the maximums, as one in this match has moving on to 5 for the week so far. Jonathan Worsley running away with that one, as he is with everything. Running away with the legs, running away with the points, running away with the wins, running away with the 180s. He's had the most tumpless finishes.
81.
He's had the best averages. He's had the highest average. He will not be ignored.
57. $55.
The door ajar here.
$40.
That'll be disappointing. You see it so often in these moments in matches. Deciding legs, one player lets the other one in and they're unable to take advantage. And then the other one does the same.
41.
This is tense moments for Andy Hamilton. Alec Small can't really win the group. I mean, he can
85.
mathematically, but he's pretty much out of the running in this. Andy Hamilton is still in the running, but will be 6 points behind and give Jonathan Worsley a game in hand to extend that even further. Backers of Andy Hamilton to win this group
59.
start getting concerned.
Well, it really is a tense closing leg. Alec Small, 160 and waiting. Andy Hamilton wants to, at the very least, join him on that number. Well, it was almost a happy accident that the treble
50.
7.
Alec, you require 160.
19 would have left him on that 160, but what was a happy accident was the treble 3. It's left him a finish.
96.
After misfiring with 2 of his darts there, Andy Hamilton could bail himself out by reeling in the big fish.
Needs to be 3 perfect darts, and he can't find the first one. So Alec Small will be going
56.
for the 64 for the match,
Alec,
cheered on
64.
by the table topper Jonathan Worsley.
Everything is going right for Worsley. And it's
Game,
going wrong
shot,
for Andy
and a match,
Hamilton
Alec
because
Small.
Alec Small edges him in a last leg decider. A nice neat 64 finish to win the match in a leg that was not nice and neat from the pair of them. Real tension at the end there. Alec Small has now increased his points tally to 4. Andy Hamilton left on 8, still 6 adrift of the league leader Jonathan Worsley, who has a game in hand. That's coming up in a couple of games' time against Steve Brown. Before it, Shane McGuirk faces David Evans.
Third in the table, Shane McGuirk in action next. He's taken on David Evans, who's yet to win a game today, missing 4 at tops in a decider and punished by Alec Small in his opening game before missing multiple darts to force a decider in match 2. Will he be more clinical in this one as he takes on the 27-year-old Irishman who's missed 22 at the outer ring across his opening 2 games, but still finds himself on 8 points? To find out whether McGuirk can keep a grip on at least a Group B spot and move up to second, here's Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Abby. Shane McGuirk, same position Andy Hamilton was in, where it's pretty much now or never. 8 points on the board, but Jonathan Worsley will have a game in hand that will come next against Steve Brown. And even when Jonathan Worsley is not on the hockey, I'm finding myself talking about Jonathan Worsley. Something I wasn't doing at the start of Group A, but right now it's all about him. All the stats, all the data, all the table. Everything points to Jonathan Worsley right now. Jonathan Worsley will be hoping for a David Evans win in this one. I'll give him the opportunity to go 8 points clear at the top of the table after 8 matches.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Well, speaking of Jon Worsley, we've had some correspondence from Sean Bennett at MSS Darts on Twitter, and he's asking, do you think that Worsley could take away Raymond Smith's leg difference record?
81.
What was Raymond Smith's leg record?
A lot.
I definitely think Jon Worsley could get a lot. Yeah, absolutely. He could get a lot.
Yeah, it was pretty high. I'll get confirmation of the exact figure right now. So Worsley right now on plus 16, isn't he?
84.
The 4-0 against Hamilton, obviously strengthening that position.
$99. Shane, you require 121.
Shane McGuirk trying to keep himself in the hunt, hoping for a Worsley slip-up, but you've got to be there
28.
to pounce. There's no point in Worsley having that slip-up and no one being close to him. That's what Shane McGuirk's trying to do. Just keep himself in touch, keep himself ready to strike should the opportunity arise.
Shane, you require 93.
93 for McGuirk. Double 16.
61. David, you require 137.
They start downstairs. And now may go upstairs right to the top twice.
97. Shane, you require 32.
32 required. That becomes 16.
24. David, you require 40.
He hasn't took his opportunities at the back end of games.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. David
at the start of games.
So it was 33, plus 33, that leg difference that Raymond Smith got.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
15 matches in week 7 of the previous series, before, of course, going on to win Champions Week.
Gonna say no.
140.
He's on plus 16 at the moment after 7.
He's about halfway there, about the halfway stage, isn't he? It's quite interesting. Good question.
But I think with that,
43.
We've also got to account for the fact that he did get a 4-0 against Andy Hamilton, which I don't think is going to be a sort of repeat result. It's like a bit of a surprise result to have got that sort of scoreline.
And the other thing at this stage,
45.
we don't really have a player who's got a massive minus leg difference. In that group, we had Danny Van Trijper minus 31.
Yeah, I'm going to go with no, but I think he's going to win the group. I just don't know if he's going to be beating that 33.
Smith, by the way, won Champions Week, of course, in the end on Saturday night. Joined Conan Whitehead on the Roll of Honour in doing that, and he actually got picked up 45 minutes after landing the winning double.
134.
Went straight to the airport and got his flight at 8:05 in the morning. What about 6.5 hours after winning the night?
81.
Smash and grab and back to us.
Imagine trying to get through customs with a giant novelty check like that one.
100. David Judicar, 95.
Right, Dolly Parton for David Evans.
$79. Shane Judicar, 144.
Big E for a level game, won't go.
132.
Double his
David
lead.
Judicar, 16.
Double 8.
More space than probably we could see from that angle.
No score.
But not enough space
Shane Judicar,
for Evans
12.
to get in. So McGuirk to level by breaking back.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
It's interesting when we talk about space because, again, Aimbot sent us in a nice little tweet, and this one really
Third leg,
interests
it's
me.
Shane to throw first.
This is something
Game
I didn't
on.
expect. So, it's talking about darts 1, 2, and 3 on the treble 20.
99.
And actually, when a player is thrown for a 180, the percentages are increasing, despite the fact that the numbers or the blockage is more
92.
in terms of the treble. The treble gets smaller. There's more material in the way, but yet the likelihood of dart 2 and 3 going in is better than dart 1.
Well, there wasn't much likelihood of dart 1 going in there for David Evans, was there? Go back to your rule of 3 game yesterday, Matt. That wouldn't have counted.
Yep, no score there for David Evans.
96.
But David Evans, dart 1, 28% chance of hitting a treble 20. With dart 3, it's more than double.
125.
Well, he's got to adjust, hasn't he, from hitting the 12 with the first start. Have you ever had one of those really
96.
bad flyers that's just like you've gone, how on earth has that happened?
Yeah, you just sort of hope no one's noticed it. But unfortunately for David Evans, we've got plenty of cameras looking at that dartboard.
180.
Fortunately for Shane McGuirk, who fires in the maximum. The match is first.
His ninth of
96.
the week.
Shane, you require 39.
So for a first hold of throw in this game,
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
it means
Shane
the
McGuirk.
Irishman leads 2-1.
We are a little bit starved of big finishers, though, this
Fourth
week,
leg,
actually.
it's David to throw
Haven't
first.
seen
Game on.
5 scores of 100 or more on the outshots. 130 being the best one so far. Jonathan Worsley giving us that. Of course, it's
93.
Jonathan Worsley. Everything's Jonathan
The
Worsley.
very first leg, wasn't it? Hasn't been bettered. First leg of Monday morning's play. Hang on a minute, look at this.
180.
it's back-to-back scoring 180s. For Shane McGuirk had the 39 checkout sandwiched in between.
99. $120.
And that is a harsh way to lose the 9 possibility.
Yeah, I think he should go for it here just to see what would have happened. We'll give him the moral 9 darter if he gets this. Go for it. He's on 141, ladies and gentlemen. Treble 20. What's he done? He's miscounted.
100.
And the thing is, with modern technology, we could have clipped that up to actually make it look good for him. We could. You was doing the commentary already. You was talking it in for him.
81.
I've done this myself.
Shane, you require 101.
Hot. Edited a 9 darter. $44, Shane. Double 16, Shane.
69. David, you require 150.
So Niall Cullerton like the 3 balls here, the Whitlock route. David Evans going more conventional. Looking to leave The Alex Small.
132.
Double 18.
Shane, you require 32.
Well, that would have been a steal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's
But
game shot in the
instead,
forward line.
It's another
Shane
leg in the
McGuirk.
ledger for McGuirk, who's now throwing for a 4-1 win against evidently
Fifth flag, it's Shane to
disappointed
throw
David
first.
Evans.
Game on.
It was a small opportunity, but it's another opportunity there for David Evans that has just sort of gone past him.
58.
He's playing against Shane McGuirk, who's already on 8 points. Shane wins this, goes to 10. We're starting to look at David Evans potentially going into Group C, which would be Thursday
84.
and Friday morning, and we will never get to the bottom of that tweet that I just read this morning regarding Aaron Beanie in Group B, David Evans and Beanie keeping his shirt on.
62.
Maybe we'll have to ask Beanie what that's all about.
Yeah, you can ask him. Not sure I want to know the answer.
45.
And just to bring you up to date with where we're at in today's play, this is the middle match, game 8 to 15. Steve Brown against Jon Worsley will complete the third round of fixtures for
60.
the day and will give Worsley a chance to pull 6 points clear, seemingly, of McGuirk again, that unless Evans turns this around.
42.
McGuirk faces Hamilton in his next game. It's going to be the match to decide which one of the pair, or if McGuirk wins this, whether both of the pair could still be in contention,
80.
I guess. If McGuirk beats him, then you would have to rule Hamilton completely out, wouldn't you, of topping the group.
Yeah, I think this is, and it's
99.
bold and brave still at the halfway point, but this is a group all about Jonathan Worsley. I think all we're talking about here is people being able to chase him down, or is he going to
40.
make mistakes? I think this is more about what he does now rather than what other people do.
Well,
this could be
Shane,
over.
you require 101.
101. And plenty of room for Shane McGuirk to manoeuvre. Probably will go the bull here because Evans isn't on a finish.
37.
He doesn't like the area of the board over by the 16s. He might not like it.
55.
He might
Shane,
love
you
it
require 64.
in a couple of darts time, because it could be a couple of points.
Couple of 8s. Couple of 4s.
Game.
And it is
shot,
a couple of
and a
points
match.
for Shane McGuirk, who thumps David Evans. A 4-1 win for the Irish arrow slinger, who ups his points tally, keeps himself on the heels of Jon Worsley. 10 points now for Shane McGuirk, 4 behind Worsley, who is going to be in action in the very next game. He takes on Steve Brown, who's right in the middle of the pack. Stay with us.
So then, table topper Jon Worsley is looking to become the runaway leader here in Group A. He's up next against Steve Brown, who'll certainly have eyes on a Group B spot, and being the first player to defeat Womble this week would go some way in bolstering his chances. He did well to force a decider when the two met yesterday, a tidy 13-dart hole to level things at 3 apiece before Worsley eventually got over the line in that one. Can Worsley distance himself from McGuirk once more with a win, or will Brown strengthen his Group B chances? Here's Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar to talk you through.
Interesting. Does that become a thing now, Matthew, with Jonathan Worsley? Effectively, that W on his back becoming a target, and everybody's ambition is to be the first to defeat him.
Well, the W on his back stands for a few things, doesn't it, this week? It stands for Womble, his nickname. Also stands for winner.
Phew. Will it be another W for the Welsh Womble Worsley? Or can Steve Brown break the dominance?
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
That's the word, though, isn't it? Dominance. Not just points, legs,
100.
averages, 180s, best finish, most tumbleless finishes, best checkout percentage. If you're a fan of King of the Ocky
41.
type plays, you probably landed quite a lot with Jonathan Worsley here, because he has been absolutely dominant throughout this group.
100.
It does have to end somewhere, because he is playing above what the stats say he should do for over the last sort of 12 months, even 2 years. The data we've got doesn't reflect the Jonathan Worsley we are seeing. So you got to think it's got to come somewhere, but when it happens, it's going to take a mighty performance
85.
to start that process.
That said, Steve Brown did take him all the way to a deciding leg yesterday. That despite averaging from 13 points fewer than the man
140.
who is top of the table.
$85.
And he's in a decent position here, Worsley. Brown first to a finish, but it is one of those big combination checkouts.
42. Steve, you require
Does have the option to try and
131.
go tops, but he's starting upstairs. Would have needed treble 17 to do that. It surprises me when twice we've seen him go tops with 80 and 3 darts in hand.
91. John, you require 144.
Won't go on this occasion.
60.
Steve Brown loves it on
Steve,
this
you
part of the
require
board.
40.
Been using it at every
That's
opportunity.
games than the first leg.
And
Steve
he uses it to a successful opportunity on this one. He was giving us a dance at the end of his last game, Steve
Second
Brown.
leg is John the throw first.
Uncharacteristic.
Game on.
Maybe all the work he's doing with the JDC now was the expression maybe he's now down with the kids.
95.
Also, we've been talking about the fact that the World Seniors is on this
81.
weekend, the Super Series, of course, as well. It's also the first weekend of PDC ranking action for the season. The first Players' Championship events are going to take place, and
78.
just seeing confirmation of the entrance, and there is no Corey Cadby, the man who won his tour card, as you predicted.
58.
I'll give you that. But he's not going to be in action on the first weekend of play.
I believe, actually, not only did I predict that, I predicted the day he was going to do it, and I also predicted the winner of the UK one on the day as well.
140.
And I could have predicted you were going to say that.
85.
There'll be a few new names, a few returning names. And one player who was on that tour just last year was this man, Jon Worsley.
180.
Didn't do the business there, but he's certainly taking care of it here.
100. John, you require 8.
At 180, just pushing him again over that 100 mark. It's early in the match. It's intriguing to see how many times he's playing up to that sort of level.
Four.
Surprised he moved right there on that one. Must be something to do with how his darts lie, but I would have thought going left and down would have been the play there, because going right, you've still got to come past the flight.
Down on one knee might have been the play there, the way they seem to be angled over the target.
That's game shot in a second.
A clear bed is found by Worsley. Remember Peter Wright actually doing that, not going down on one knee, but sort of crouching down to get below one. Michael van Gerwen
third leg, it's
declared it disrespectful at the time.
Used to be a player on the Pro Tour a few years ago who would do it quite regularly, would literally squat down. So if he had 2 in the treble 20, he'd like squat down to try and throw underneath them, and he'd do it on doubles as well. His name was Louis Blundell.
138.
Maybe that can be a topic for today. We haven't given you one yet, so tweet in at MSS Darts. You can get Matthew at the Edgar 501 as well, me at Chris Murphy 180. What are the strangest quirks you've seen in darts players' actual throws?
Oh, I can win this, hands down. So there used to be a player from, I believe, Stoke-on-Trent.
I mean, there's been a few.
And he was on the Pro Tour. I believe he's still playing now. I think I've seen him pop up on the Seniors Tour, potentially. He was a player called Nigel Birch. And he used to get into his stance, and then when he was in his stance, he'd lift one leg up off the floor, and he'd throw off of one leg.
I wonder if there's any footage anyway. That'd be interesting to watch. One that springs to mind for me is Petri Corte using
John, you require 142.
His non-throwing arm next to his head to retrieve the darts. Jon Worsley. Oh, great stuff, this.
102.
Would have been a sublime checkout. Steve Brown wants 139, having survived the scare of the 142, and he's on it. But it ends there.
103. John, you require 40. Yeah, that's game short in the third.
2-1 though to Worsley, who gets the break and gets control of the match. It is another decent display.
Forward leg is
runaway league leader.
Game on.
Yeah, I know there's a clip somewhere when he played in the UK Open, Nigel Birch, because I think he had a good win, or it was a close game with a big name. Nickname Nutty, probably down to the nutty style that he had.
55.
But yeah, and I don't mean when I say he used to go on one leg, I don't mean like a Kevin Painter or a Suljovic who would kick the leg out. I mean he would literally just throw the leg out and then try and balance on one leg and throw his darts.
100.
Every player has their quirks, but there is quirky and then completely unorthodox.
100.
The quirk, of course, in the Worsley throw is this kind of prod forward before he throws the dart. Aligns a sharp prod, almost locks the elbow into place by doing that.
134.
Been working well for the Womble this week.
140. John, you require 127. $111.
Whisker away from a 127 checkout. Jon Worsley and Steve Brown is disappearing into the distance here.
99. John, you require 16. Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Jon Worsley.
3-1. So dominant. Jon Worsley. This display, the whole
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw
range of
first.
performances
Game
this
on.
week, he just is developing an air of invincibility. See him there up at the 100 average once again.
I found that UK Open in question. It was the 2008 UK Open. He won 6-1 against Dale Pinch. Then he beat Shane Cox. Then he beat Dennis Priestley. That will be the footage. The 9-8 victory with Dennis Priestley before losing to Jelle Klassen. And if you think you can't throw on one leg, well, Nigel wasn't too bad at it. He beat Wayne Mardle, John Part, and actually, in the UK Open in 2007, he beat Steve Brown. Beat him 8-1 before going on to lose to Kevin Painter.
Look at that, it's almost as if you planned it.
100.
I know what I'm Googling in the break. And currently, it's Steve Brown on one leg.
140.
And if he stays on one leg, Jonathan Worsley gets to 4. That's another 3 in the legs column. Jonathan
90.
Worsley.
John
We do
Udiquire,
start
121.
Show our concerns that Group A may be finished a lot sooner than the finishing line.
Gets a go at the bull to win it in style. Inevitable.
Shots.
Invincible.
Jon Worsley.
Incredible from Jon Worsley. Betting the bullseye for the 1-2-1 checkout to complete a 4-1 win. His 8th straight victory on debut at the Super Series and an average of 103.76. This really is super stuff from the dominant darter Jon Worsley, who is running away with it in Group A.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
Yeah, and you could be here on Saturday night. The action gets underway from 10 p.m. on finals night, and you can book your free tickets by visiting dartshop.tv. We'd love to see you here, as Shane McGuirk then looking to keep that pressure on Welshman Jon Worsley at the top of the table and prevent him from running away with it. He'd also put 4 points between himself and his opponent, Andy Hamilton, who's won one of his 3 matches so far today. McGuirk was a convincing winner in his last match, averaging in excess of 90 for the 3rd time this week, something he's certainly been doing on a more consistent basis over recent months. But it was the Hammer who was the convincing winner when these two players met yesterday, dishing out one of the 3 whitewash wins that we've seen so far in Group A. How will this one play out then? Here's Murph and Edgar to guide you through the action.
Well, it certainly is a big one. Shane McGuirk looking to be the man that just keeps Jonathan Worsley in his sights. If he wins the match, he's 4 points behind him. If he loses it, he's 6, as would be Andy Hamilton, who, if he loses, would remain 8 off the pace at the top of the table. You'd have to say that would be it in terms of qualifying as the group winner from this group for finals night. Of course, all the players in the group will have a second chance in Group B and C, should the Womble do what we expect him to from this point and go and take the Group A honours. But an interesting match, this one, and a match that Andy Hamilton won 4-0
First leg,
yesterday.
it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
It's a match that, realistically, Shane McGuirk has to retaliate
100.
and get that victory. We do keep talking about Jonathan Worsley and saying how cut adrift he is from the pack. But if Andy Hamilton is to win this one, Worsley
42.
will be 6 points clear with a game in hand. That game coming up against David Evans. David Evans has now moved to the bottom of the table. And we said he didn't
45.
produce yesterday. He only averaged 82.62. Today, it is even less. David Evans versus Jonathan Worsley. Right now, on current form, you'd say is a complete mismatch.
55.
Big week of darts this week, as we mentioned during the previous match. World Seniors, Premier League, Pro Tour.
66.
And the constant that is the MODUS Super Series. And as Abby mentioned, if you want to see the darts live and in person, you can be here Saturday night. Tickets available via dartshop.tv for the finals of week 1. Looks like we already pretty much know one name that's going to be there.
121.
Before a dart was thrown in this group, it was expected that name would be Andy Hamilton. Instead, it's Worsley has emerged as the dominant force in Group A on his debut. He's never, ever,
85.
ever lost a match at the Super Series.
Just think about that Thursday you just mentioned there. For the darts fan. You started 9:30 in the morning with the MODUS Super Series.
80.
Then you've got the seniors through the afternoon. Then you've got the Premier League before coming back to the MODUS Super Series. You will have 25 Super Series games, 4 Premier League games plus a semi-final and a final. So you've got another
105.
3 matches there. You've got 8 games at the World Seniors. I'll make that 36 games of darts that you're going to see across Thursday. If you want a darting marathon from 9:30 in the morning until, well, however long you can stay awake for.
Yeah, and at times you're going to need a couple of screens switched on as well. Well, McGuirk didn't win a leg against Hamilton yesterday. He wins the first leg today, taking out a ton. The rare animal that has been a 3-figure finish in this group.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that just Shane McGuirk's second
43.
10+ finish of the week. David Evans, Steve Brown yet to register one. Andy Hamilton registering the one with a 112. Alec Small a 124.
100.
No surprise that Jonathan Worsley's hit the most.
I'm going to be mean here. I don't think ton plus finishes should be a thing. I think you should start on 101 plus because the 100 finish is no better than, say, a 76, is it?
Yep, you're right, it's a 2-darter. It's just a treble and a double.
$140.
When you think about a shot like 99, that is a 3-dart combination.
And I know we'll get some facetious individuals saying that 101's a 2-darter, but no one's going to go treble 17 ball.
94.
So just behave yourselves. Think before you tweet.
$55.
180 for Hamilton in this leg. Has kept him in control, but if he fails to find a treble in this visit, McGuirk will feel the door is open again.
60. $68. And you require 124.
I'm sort of getting a vibe here with this, and I'm purely going here from my own personal experiences, but when you're playing well,
Shane, you require
you
138.
tend to enjoy the misses that your opponent has. Well, when you're looking for results, you tend to notice more the good shots they have. I just feel like these two are in that mode at the moment where
38.
they're more
And you
aware of the
require
positive
50.
shots of their opponent rather than the opportunities that are presenting themselves here.
18 will be the route for the hammer. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game shot in the second
Deny
leg.
Shane
Andy
McGuirk a shot
Hamilton.
at the 100 finish he took out in the first leg.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
One apiece. McGuirk lost his first match of the day. That was against Jon Worsley. He's won the two that have followed, beating Small and Evans.
45.
And he's going to play again against Steve Brown in match 13. This is game 10, the first of the penultimate round of fixtures.
66.
Believe it or not, I've just had a completely random thought.
I do believe it. Are we going to hear it?
Imagine if Shane McGuirk
60.
played mixed pairs with Bo Graves.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I get it. I'll leave the viewers to think about it for a little bit longer. But it would indeed be
140.
Greaves and Arrow. That's her full nickname, isn't it? Bow and Arrow.
And obviously you can see from
85.
the back of Shane's shirt or his well-laid darts case there on the table.
Imagine if Andy Hamilton played pairs with Jimmy Nail. Sorry, I went
60.
down. That was 2 Paul Nicholson for me. I do hope to see Bo at the Super Series at some point. It'd be a great addition, and I think a real contender as well.
Which leads us to possibly a really good conversation here, which you can get in contact with us at MSS Darts. Chuck in at the Edgar 501 as well, so we can have a little look at your tweets coming through here in the commentary box. Who would you like to see at the MODUS Super Series? Now, the only rules are the rules that exist. They cannot have a PDC tour card.
130.
Who would you like to see here, anywhere in the world?
Now, of players that haven't played yet, for me, Beau Greaves would be top of my list.
44. Shane, you require 121.
Well, this certainly would count as a proper three-figure finish. And the bullseye would seal it.
96. And you require 86.
For a break. A throw. Treble 18 leaves him double 16.
Yeah, that's game
Double
short in the
16
third line.
gives him a leg.
Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton takes the lead in Shane McGuirk for the
Forward
first time
lag,
in
it's
this one.
Andy to throw first.
Keeps his
Game
hopes
on.
slightly alive here for still winning this group. I've already started typing Jonathan Worsley's name onto the trophy, but with that in
100.
mind, it could still all go wrong. It is not over yet. This isn't a sport or a game that you can just play for time. You've still got to go and keep winning.
Yeah, Worsley still 2 games to play today. Faces Evans and Small. They're actually the two currently occupying the bottom 2 places in the group, both with 2 wins each out of 6 matches.
Someone I'm really looking
Sorry,
for.
8 matches.
Someone I'm looking forward to seeing. Someone we will be seeing, I believe, in this series, and that is Owen Bates. Young lad who stopped playing darts for a while,
60.
came back to darts about a year or so ago, practice partner of Ryan Searle. Ryan Searle speaks very, very highly of Owen Bates. And when you look at what he's done on the Challenge Tour...
Nicknamed the Master.
96.
Master Owen. Certainly no doubt about who's been the master in this group. And it's, you know, every
60.
match we're talking about Jon Worsley, but he has made the group all about himself, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Sometimes a player comes into a group and draws the attention because what they've done previously or what they're doing away from here.
77.
And it puts all the attention on them. Jonathan Worsley came in here and said, this week's about me, lads. And if you're not going to do that, I'm going to write it myself.
58. And you require 170.
170. Wants a signature shot of a certain Simon Whitlock. And I've heard from Simon. He says that
21.
he'd love to see his son Mason play in this tournament. And I tend to agree. I've seen him playing really good stuff. He actually won a local comp last Wednesday, beating Andy Jenkins 4-0 in a final.
There was one game, wasn't it? I think it was at Q School when Mason Whitlock played Jamie Durrant. It was a family affair, a family battle.
97. Shane, you require 170.
I mentioned the 170. Hamilton couldn't threaten it. McGuirk can.
130.
Decided to lay up.
And you require 52.
Alla Dave Pallett. $20 for double 16. To move himself a leg away from the match.
Yeah,
and keeps his hopes alive.
Andy Hamilton.
At the same time, it's beginning to squash the hopes of Shane McGuirk.
Fifth
It's
flag
another one of
is
those
Shane
leg situations where you've got 2
Team
players
on.
that are close in the table, and a heavy win one way or the other will double up the legs column. One player loses, one player gains. If Shane McGuirk loses this, he will lose 6 legs on Andy Hamilton.
83.
I heard the lads on the Online Darts YouTube channel Live Lounge last night actually talking about father and son darts combinations. Maybe we're yet to see the best of them, Whitlock. Simon, that is, has
140.
made great strides in the sport, certainly for Australia. Of course, we saw an Australian winning this event. Maybe Mason could be the next to do it.
85.
Yeah, James and Josh Richardson, we've had moments with them. Father hitting a 9-dart finish against son.
Yeah, I like that. Big fan of that. not quite the same level, but, you know, when I play my son at
100.
anything, I like to beat him heavy. You know, play air hockey, I beat him 7-0.
Just make sure you're putting some money aside for the
81.
therapy later on.
No, see, I'm the opposite, and I think this is because I've seen it through obviously teaching that I don't believe in giving something to somebody. Like, I hate participation medals. It devalues the medal for A, the winner, and B, the person who gets it. What happens is when they get older, they just throw them away because the person who won it don't want it because everyone got one, and the person who was given one knows they was given something, so they don't want it because they never earned it.
And you require 138.
Can Hamilton earn himself a victory here in style? 138 on offer, treble 20, not got. So McGuirk will return to try and stay in the match.
90. Shane, you require 72.
So 16 or 8 will be fine here. He's got left what Hamilton's got left. And that is a good guide.
56.
Battered into
And
it.
you require 48.
Yeah, that was lovely there for him, but Andy Hamilton's had a lot of success in this section of the board. Drawing this match.
Game.
A
Shots
match
and
that will go no
Andy
longer.
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton, a 4-1 success over Shane McGuirk, and he joins him on 10 points in the table. However, the legs difference, Shane McGuirk now goes down to -2 following that heavy defeat to Andy Hamilton. And again, it's all eyes on Jonathan Worsley, because even though he wasn't in that game, he still benefits from that as he keeps that 6-point gap. However, now he has a game in hand. We'll see how that goes when he takes on David Evans soon. But before that, we've got Alec Small taking on Steve Brown.
Alec Small then off the bottom of the table and can go level on points with Steve Brown if he's to get the better of him in this next match. Brown defeated by a wonderful Worsley display last time out, pinning his one and only dart at the outer ring. Such was the dominance of the Womble in that one. As for Small, certainly not making things easy for himself, requiring last leg deciders to register his 2 wins today. He did post an average over 90 for the first time in his last match, starting to show signs of the Alec Small that made it to the final of week 8 in the last series. Can he build on that showing in this match? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
But yeah, just wondering what the players and referee are looking up to. There's a conversation before Marco Meyer joined the stage. It saw both those players looking up. Now, we are in an old church here, so I wonder if they're getting a divine message or something. Alec Small and Steve Brown just looking to settle before the darts are thrown. It might just be that, you know, that there are production officers and stuff around the balcony area that runs all the way around the perimeter of the venue. It might just be that a member of the team or something walked across, but I can assure that there is always no distractions once the referee calls game on.
I'm going to hazard a guess here. And when I went up to speak to Abby, there was a bit of a noise at that point coming from the roof that was almost like an army of birds running round on top of the roof. And I wonder if they've just come back.
Yeah,
First
there are
leg is Alec to throw first. Game on.
some things that are out of the control of the organisers, and
97.
seagulls and pigeons landing on the roof of the building is one of those.
Well, it kind of goes with it a little bit, because Marco, when he came on stage, it was almost like, well, what do you want me to do about it?
95.
Sort of reaction. So I'd say, if I had to hazard a guess, I'd go with that one, that we'd been attacked by birds again on the roof.
Yeah, getting their excuses in early. I think that one's for the birds.
And just so you know, it is a very, very tall roof here, so it's not like the old caravan days where someone's been around chucking bread on the roof.
85.
It is one of those things, though, isn't it, that is a bit of a quirk of this particular setup, where you've got this big space, complete silence,
94.
ideal match conditions, but you are going to hear the odd noise from outside the building, which can't be helped. For example, if an emergency vehicle goes past with a siren on, that's audible.
Would you
45.
be an advocate of the old sort of lockdown era when we ended up at events like the World Championship, so we didn't hear noise
90.
as players? They piped in a little bit of mild crowd noise.
Yeah, as long as that's managed correctly, because we did see, didn't we, at the World Championship, somebody pressed the wrong button when they thought a dart was in to win a match, and it wasn't.
97.
Danny Lauby,
Alec
Ryan Searle,
120.
match.
Trying to get past that. There is the option of bull here, but because Brown's not on a finish, there's no real need to try something
50.
so maverick. Do you like to practice in silence, or you want to put a bit of music on, a bit of
44. Alec
background noise?
70.
I don't think I like to do anything in silence, really, to be honest. I like a bit of noise.
38. Steve, you require
No, you can
135.
combine the two, can't you? You can actually practice your commentary while you're practicing. Commentate on yourself.
I'd love to do that. You know, I think might be something we should do. You know, because I am planning on going into
57.
the Super
Alec,
Series
you
again
require
soon as
32.
a player.
Yeah, I'm not sure the opponent would be too pleased. Oh, he's missed again.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Alec Small.
Small hits this time. And leads in the match that he lost yesterday. Of course, he lost all
Second
his
leg,
matches
it's
yesterday.
Steve to
This
throw
one
first.
went
Game on.
4-2 the way of Brown.
Misses on the outside. Oh, there's no way he's getting that in there.
139.
It'd make a much different production, wouldn't it? I bet the viewing numbers would go up on that one.
Absolutely.
60.
The only thing I'd request is that my opponent wasn't mic'd up as well.
We should have a week where you're allowed, anything goes. You're allowed to put your opponent off. Don't they have that in
100.
one of your other favourite
Basketball.
quote-unquote sports? I was going to say wrestling, where they have these sort of no rules matches.
180.
Yeah, you missed it the other week. We had a Royal
135.
Rumble gathering.
Oh, devastated.
55. Steve, you require 127.
Both these players on the ropes. Steve Brown, though, looking to pull clear of Alec Small. No need to go for the 1-2-7.
40.
End game.
$90. Steve, you require 87.
For a level game. On Alex Small's favourite double.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Steve Brown.
I'm sure the viewers are dying to know then all about this Royal Rumble gathering. I'll let you talk about that and go make myself a nice cup of
Third
tea if
leg,
you want.
it's Alec to throw first.
It was
Game
after
on.
finals week on week 12. Just recently. Myself, Paul Nicholson, Henry,
25.
Charlie and Owen. We got the ironing board out. We covered it in crisps and chocolate. And
Did you end up doing what
55.
people used to do as kids and then chuck all the sofa cushions on the floor afterwards and have your own little Royal Rumble?
no, but we did have this
60.
questionable bean bag that I think Owen actually ended up on the bean bag. Great night though, great night.
84.
Paul Nicholson made some brownies. Oh, it was a great night.
60.
Well, if I had have been invited, I still wouldn't have come.
The
140.
Royal Rumble, something that a lot of people have wanted to see translate into darts, isn't it? The Royal Rumble sort of winner stays on
60.
style event.
Yeah, I remember Nicholson actually penning an article about that very thing. I quite liked the idea of a wrestling-style entrance to the Premier League this year when they hadn't announced it by
100.
3 days before. I thought just tell the players, keep it secret from the crowd and play their walk-on music for the first match as they walk onto the stage.
45. Steve, you require 122.
Treble 19. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that's game
Very
short in the
nicely
third
done
leg.
by Steve Brown.
I can imagine from a promotion
Forward
side
leg,
of
it's
things,
Steve to throw first.
that sort
Game
of
on.
situation also could risk disappointment. If people was expecting or hoping for a certain person and you get someone different.
The first ever
120
in the crowd when someone walks on.
58.
Collective sigh of disappointment.
And WWE was very, very good at that actually, and they're very good at trolling the audience.
58.
And there's a year that fans wanted to see Daniel Bryan come and win the Royal Rumble, and
100.
they teed it up like he could be number 30, he could be number 30, and in the end, number 30 was a wrestler called Goldust, and on his Titantron video, it comes up Shattered Dreams.
140.
And so they used Goldust at number 30 because everyone wanted Daniel Bryan, and they put Goldust out, so you got the message come up on the
89.
screen.
Yeah, I don't really know those names, but I'm assuming it's akin to expecting Michael Van Gerwen and getting Matthew Edgar.
100.
I'm quite happy with being Goldust, actually.
Well, it was a nice
58.
sprinkle of
Steve,
gold
you
dust,
require
that check out in the
80.
previous leg from Steve Brown, the 1-2-2. Looking at tops again for the 80, this time finding a couple of singles, but
40.
not the double. I have to say, this is
96.
a really
Steve, you
below par
require
display from
40.
Alec Small. Brown looking to fill his boots.
Yeah, that's game shot
And
in
he
the
leads
fourth leg.
3-1.
Steve Brown. Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on. 81.
Alex Small has had an improved day today. He lost all his matches yesterday. He's got 2 on the board already today, so even if he isn't to get any more,
100.
he will definitely have some positivity to take back to the hotel later on.
48.
Steve Brown, although he's 10 points off the top, could could still get himself into that Group B position.
180.
Maybe it was a message from above that we was looking at earlier, because this is an inspired performance from Steve Brown.
Divine darts from Steve Brown. 8 tons, 2 140s.
100.
Now a maximum, make it 9 tons. Half of the double attempts have been hit, including that fabulous 1-2-2 checkout. Now he wants a 1-2-1
94
to win the match.
Steve, you require 121. 83.
Found a bullseye
Alec, you require
earlier.
150.
That was a long way off, though, from being his first, well, his second,
80.
sorry, ton
Steve,
plus
you
finish, because he
require
took out the
38.
1-2-2 in this one.
Splits,
6.
but allows
Alec, you
Small
require 70.
a little chance.
I don't get that. He's tried to do the Shanghai on the 19s. He's tried to use the 19s as a double-double combination, then refuses it when he's got 3 in hand.
Steve, you require
However,
32.
He set himself up on the 16s. Recomposes, he will not be rushed.
Game, shots,
He
and
will
a
not
match.
be beaten.
Steve Brown.
Steve Brown moves himself on to 8 points and keeps himself in a chance for that Group B qualification to give himself the opportunity to go through to Saturday night with an increased possibility. Shane McGuirk and Andy Hamilton will check over their shoulders to see him breathing down the neck after a clinical performance and a 4-1 success over Alec Small. But someone who doesn't need to check their shoulder, they need to get a set of binoculars out to find the rest of the pack. It is Jon Worsley. He is coming up next, and he takes on David Evans.
David Evans taking on Jon Worsley next. Womble certainly doing his bit to establish a 6-point lead at the top of Group A, but he's also been helped out in the last few rounds of fixtures by the results of others around him. He can extend that lead to 8 with victory here. He really is starting to run away with this. Still enjoying a dream debut. He's responsible for the 2-ton-plus averages we've seen so far. Can he make it a staggering 9 wins from 9? As for Evans, it's looking more and more likely that he'll be competing in Group C on Thursday and Friday, but a first win of the day puts a bit of distance between himself and Alec Small at the bottom of the table. To guide you through this one then, here's Chris and Henry. Not Henry.
Thanks, Abby. As David Evans looks to take on Jonathan Worsley, the so far invincible, unbeatable object in Group A. Can Stretch succeed in conquering the Womble for the first time? Or will Worsley win for a 9th successive fixture? We're about to find out. I'm in the company of Matthew Edgar, who I'm sure he's going to predict another Worsley win.
Well, I was about to do my Henry impression there because I was introduced as Henry, but I sort of got reintroduced, so I don't have to do that one anymore.
First leg is David to throw first. Game on.
I'll save that for another day.
Well, no, actually, I'd quite like to hear that.
In terms of my prediction here, you are correct. The way this has gone today, David Evans has been sat at the bottom of the table for most of it. He's only gone down to the bottom at the moment on leg difference because Alec Small just lost his last game. The bookies had 8-11 on Jonathan Worsley this morning to win this match. It's now gone 8-15. So people playing along at home also think the same, that this has only got one winner on the match.
122.
David Evans not producing. 76, 77, 83 today. It's lower than the 82 average he had for the previous day, yesterday
31.
on Monday. He is 3 darts away just from being on par with Jonathan Worsley.
Yeah, he had exactly an 82 average against Worsley yesterday. Unfortunately for him,
95.
Worsley had his personal best of 107.12. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in that match for the wonderful
60.
Womble.
But I keep saying, it has to end somewhere.
But does it? Doesn't have to end today. Doesn't have to end tomorrow. Doesn't even have to end on Saturday. Could win every match all week and return on Champions Week in 3 months' time, having never lost a match at the Super Series.
I believe that is something
91.
that's never happened. I can't recall that ever happening. Worsley could be the first.
83.
I don't think anybody's ever won all the matches in a 3-day group. I think a couple of players have won 14.
57.
Jim McGuirk was
David
one.
Judicor, 8.
And Colin Osborne the other.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. David Evans.
McEwen actually was
Second
one
leg is
match
Jon
away
throw
from doing
first.
so. Won
Game
14
on.
in a row and then lost the very last game on the Wednesday. Josh Payne, if I remember rightly, it was who beat him.
And I believe that Josh Payne also had 2 match darts.
33.
Jim McEwen, sorry, had 2 match darts to beat Josh Payne. I remember because I was actually in that group myself. And Josh Payne,
bottom of it probably.
I think I was that week actually, yeah. I genuinely think I was.
93.
And then I went and did all right in Group C. But I was in that group, and Josh Payne, before we went into that match, changed his flights, I think from black flights to blue flights.
60.
And he was like, these are the ones that are going to make me feel different in this game, and he's not going to beat me with blue flights. And he didn't.
Well done to Josh, by the way, on regaining his tour card. He'll be back in action on the Pro Tour this week, along with a
96.
plethora of players who played here at the Super Series last year. No surprise there. I know that Graham
58.
Usher and Adam Warner, who also got theirs, were slightly bittersweet about not being able to play in Champions Week last week. It's a shame, isn't it, that there wasn't dispensation for that
60.
with it falling before the ranking season began.
Yeah, definitely, especially considering that there was last year as well for those players that was in the Lakeside as well. It would have been nice that they could have
41.
completed their obligations.
'81.
Jonathan Worsley's performance so far left a lot to be desired, but it has to start somewhere.
133.
Well, he should have been going for the bullseye with his last dart there. 6 more points would have been acquired had he hit a 25 and he'd be on a finish.
158.
He was going for the single there. David Evans.
60. David, you required 13.
This is match number 4 of the day for David Evans.
11.
Match number
John
4
Uriquire,
yesterday for David
116.
Evans. He won with just shy of a 94 average. His best performance by an absolute mile so far this week.
And Worsley in this match so far has been there for the taking. If he gets out of one each here,
Yeah, that's game
he'll
short
be
in the
very,
second
very
leg.
happy.
Jon Worsley.
He's averaging, albeit after a couple of legs, but don't forget they only played 5
Third
legs
leg is
yesterday.
David to throw first. Game on.
35 points less than the average he ended up with against Evans in the reverse fixture. And Evans unable to wound him.
46.
And I said this earlier when Jonathan Worsley was in a bit of a scrappy one in match number 1, that he's playing well and winning.
95.
And when he's not playing well, he's winning. And the general vibe of that is a very, very confident player.
99.
When you feel like you can't do no wrong, and even when you're doing wrong, you're still getting away with it. That is the luxury you get when you are top of the table, when you're top of the rankings and the averages, and
100.
you become the man to beat. Right now, that is something that no man has been able to do this week.
99. $53.
And this is the last of the 4th round of fixtures for the day. It's Brown against McGuirk,
44.
Hamilton against Evans, and then Worsley faces Small in a top against bottom clash at the end of the day. Couple of things to watch out for. Records on the line. If Worsley wins this and beats Small, then he's looking to be the first to go through,
123.
winning all his matches in a 3-day Group A. And also we spoke about the possibility of breaking that leg difference record that Raymond Smith got in the last series, plus 33 before this match. Jon Worsley on plus 19.
140. John Uriquire 130.
And it all started with the 130 checkout in the first match of yesterday. In the first leg of yesterday.
$52. David Uriquire 73.
Both players on 70-odd finishes. David Evans getting the first opportunity because he's thrown first in the match.
53. John Uriquire 78.
Jonathan Worsley been enjoying this double 12. He would have really wanted to get that treble 18.
58.
The
David
tops would have been just as
Uriquire,
handy
20.
for him, but David Evans, opportunity.
No score.
He's missed a trick here, hasn't he? David Evans has had opportunities,
Uriquire,
good
20.
ones, to win every leg of the match. Worsley might be about to break him and get in front.
say opportunities to win every leg in this match.
Yeah, that's
He's had
game short in the
opportunities
third
throughout the
leg.
day, and
Jon
this
Worsley.
tends to be the vibe. But David Evans stood at the back of the stage watching his opponent deliver
Forward leg
after
is
he's
Jon
missed
to throw
opportunities.
first. Game on.
He missed 4 darts to beat Alec Small in the opening game. He missed 4 darts, 6 darts even, against Steve Brown in match 6 when it was 3-2 and Steve Brown looking at wrapping up the game. He could have levelled that at 3-3 and then had the advantage of throw in the last. He had a few mini opportunities in his next. He's had opportunities throughout the day. He's just not been able to convert the opportunities into legs and ultimately the legs into points.
And you made the point as well, when it's going well, it just doesn't seem to matter how you play. Worsley is producing
99.
his worst performance, really, of the week here. Low 70s the average, and finds himself in front. Even when he's bad, he wins. And Evans, you can just see having a word with himself
80.
there, not happy at all. Looking for that divine inspiration that Steve Brown drew on in the previous match with the eye roll to the heavens. And here comes Worsley.
140.
The trouble continues for David Evans. And the absolute worryless Jonathan Worsley continues to progress.
60.
However, he didn't switch on that last start. Forced it, tried to get the treble 20. Leaves himself on a bogey number. The 159 is a no finish.
180.
Punishment. Maximum punishment from David Evans. There's a lot lacking in this performance from Jon Worsley. He hasn't been near that
99.
high level he's
David
produced throughout the week, but
81.
also a couple of times that there's been a lack of concentration almost evident. Keeps getting away with it because David Evans keeps missing his opportunities. And he's done it again.
67. John, you require 60.
You keep getting yourself in the wrong bed, you're going to find yourself in trouble, David.
The forward leg. Jon Worsley.
And Jon Worsley puts him deep in the mire.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $96. $140.
That was a strange one. So the dart was already in the board, and then the flight popped off later on.
47.
That's a stat worth looking at there. The much greater efficiency at checking out for Jon Worsley. It hasn't just been the darts that Evans has missed at double. When he's dragged that one low
92.
from double 10 into double 15, he's actually denied himself having more darts at double as well.
Here we might saw the Super Series ghost
84.
there, just flicking the flight out.
Well, they'll all feel pretty cursed when you're playing this man right now. He's definitely been there for the taking in this match.
96.
Again, we've seen an occasion there where bullseye would have made sense for Worsley. 167 would have been left at here at the 25.
95.
If Worsley is to win this leg, David Evans could go back to the bottom of the table again here. Something I don't think he expected when he came here. I think he was coming here thinking he was going to be right at the very
97.
top of this one. Like he'd just pick up where he left off before he went and got that PDC tour card.
Well, he might be about to lose a leg despite
139. John,
some
you
delightful
require
darting
76.
from David himself there. It's 76 for Worsley. It will be one dart at tops to carry on the charge. Brilliant.
Game, shots and a match, Jon Worsley.
Wasn't a brilliant performance, but the finishing was par excellence from Jon Worsley there. A 4-1 win, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and well, David Evans, it started well, but then it went from bad to Worsley, who wins 4-1 and is on course to stay unbeaten after 2 days. He's got one more game left to play. That's the last one of the day against Alec Small. Before that, Andy Hamilton and David Evans before that. And next is Steve Brown against Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk against Steve Brown up next for you this afternoon as we move into our final round of fixtures. The Irishman, the victor, when they met early on yesterday, 2 12-start legs, helping him on his way. A 1-2-4 outshot as well in what was one of his best performances of the week. Can he replicate that in his final game of the day to move on to 12 points in the league standing, close the gap to Worsley to 6 points once more? Or can the ADC qualifier make it 3 wins from 5 on day 2 to move into double figures in the league table? Let's hand back to Matt and Chris to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it is the first of the final 3, and we're getting a clear picture in terms of who is likely to qualify as the winner of this group. Jonathan Worsley is just about as good as got it won, but Steve Brown still, as Abby mentioned, firmly in contention to finish in the top 3s. On to 8 points. That's 2 adrift of the man he's about to play, and Andy Hamilton, who takes on the so far winless David Evans in the penultimate match of the day before top meets bottom Alec Small in the final one. So the only real twist in this group would be a Brown victory here now to get level on points with the Hammer and McGuirk.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you sort of feel after this round of fixtures, we might pretty much know the outcome of the entire
100
group, really, in terms of Group B, Group C, and obviously going through to that finals. But Steve Brown has been pretty decent in his last 2 games. He had a
100.
92.61 in round number 3, and in round 4 he had an 88.79. So if you can keep that going, going to be competitive, and he's certainly finding a bit more rhythm here within the throw. He's visibly faster.
60. 45.
Yeah, Brown, off the back of that convincing victory over Alec Small a couple of games ago.
125.
McGuirk has
85.
1-2, lost 2 today, beaten by the 2 players above him. Beating the 2 players below him that he's met. Brown
60. Steve, you require
1 place below him,
131.
as mentioned.
$43. Shane, you require 156.
He's a player who spends a lot of time looking at the scoreboard, isn't he? Even when he's on the hockey and he's throwing his darts, he's still having a good look at the
70.
scoreboard,
Steve, you
trying to
require
constantly
88.
work out the maths. He seems a little bit indecisive.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg.
That was
Steve Brown.
Totally decisive from Steve Brown. But yeah, out of the
Second
players
leg, it's
in
Shane
the
to
field,
throw
probably
first.
not the
Game
greatest
on.
counter, not up there in that mark. But what I will say for Steve Brown, he doesn't guess. He will ask the referee
60.
if he's not sure about something.
$96. $140. $135.
Just looking at our correspondence, we did ask a couple of questions earlier on. One that I can see is an answer to who would you like to see at the MODUS Super Series. Ricky
60.
Swales has tweeted in afternoon, Ricky, to say there's no doubt about who he would like to see here. The power, Phil Taylor.
81.
I agree. I'd love to see Phil Taylor here. I'd also love to get my darts out for that same week. I think if the power was on, I'd do everything I could to get on that same week.
140.
Yeah, did grace us with his presence on opening night when we moved here. The back end of last year, did some commentary, some punditry, really
100.
enjoyed
Shane, you
his
require
visit and
101.
threatened to play in it. Of course, we'll be at the Seniors World Championship looking for his first Seniors title this weekend. Shane McGuirk
69.
looking for his first leg of this
Steve, you
match. Steve
require
Brown now looking for his
89.
second. 88 to win the first. 89 to win the second.
Yeah, that's game shot in
Yes,
the second
indeed.
leg. Steve Brown.
A bit of aggression, a bit of fire from Steve Brown.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
Maybe throw him
first.
with a bit
Game
more
on.
rhythm and fluency. Can now add aggression to that list.
Just seems to have rediscovered that air of confidence again, doesn't he? We saw him shaking his head, beat himself up earlier on when he was playing Andy Hamilton in his first match. Just seemed to shake it off as the day's gone on.
66.
If he is to win this game 4-2 or better, he will actually go above Shane McGuirk in the table. That will push him up to third place, which will move
85.
him into a provisional spot for Group B, which will be taking place on Thursday and Friday evening.
And we know that Jon
45.
Worsley is as good as through already, but he could actually be very, very close to being mathematically there by the end of the day. Because if Brown wins this,
100.
and then Hamilton were to lose to David Evans, he'd actually be a full 10 points clear should he win his last match going into the final day. Meaning he would mathematically
140.
just be one win away tomorrow.
Group B will be joined by Keelan Kay and Mr. B, Mr. Beanie.
99.
Well, you said Mr. Bean for a moment there. Was that someone that someone would like to see at the Super Series? Was that a reply to that tweet?
I mean, with the name Beanie, we could call him Mr. Bean.
80. Steve, you require 117.
I was about to say Steve Brown hasn't missed a thing in this match, but then he threw that dart in the big five.
Shane, you require
McGuirk gets a
170.
chance to take out the biggest thing that you can take out in a darts match.
You say he missed a thing in terms of the shot, but what he didn't miss was the opportunity to set himself up on a single dart.
80. Steve, you require 32.
He covered the situation well, coming away with 85 points, leaving himself on a double he likes.
Yeah, that's game short in the
A double
third
he
line.
loves. One
Steve
just on the
Brown.
outside wire, one inside. Steve Brown has really come into this game. I'm going to add
Forward
another one
lag,
to that
it's Shane to
list
throw
of tags I'm
first.
giving him.
Game on.
With swagger.
Yeah, good word to describe the Steve Brown display and demeanour.
140.
Mean winning machine in this match. McGuirk hasn't really had much of a look in, has he?
Despite averaging nearly 90, it's been all about Steve Brown. McGuirk has had one dart at a double.
60.
Wasn't able to convert it. He'll be expecting to get a couple more, though, from this situation.
60. $43. 85.
You shouldn't expect too much from Steve Brown in the way of gifts. You can beat Steve Brown, but he certainly won't give you anything.
140.
John Bennett saying dream darters to play at the Super Series. Now listen to these names. Wayne Mardle. That will never happen.
100. Shane,
Wayne
you require 118.
Made it clear he's not even going to play at the seniors. He only wants to play for fun these days. Rod Harrington.
94.
And Alan Warriner. I can see none of those things happening, I'm afraid, Sean, but we can dream.
Shane, you require 24.
Moving east. Last chance this could be, you know, because Brown
12. Steve,
has
you
not been
require
messing around. He's already
110.
taken out a couple of clinical combos. Could stay there. That looks very inviting. Yeah, tried to.
55. Shane, you require 12.
Double three, or he might be getting Sinatra'd.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward leg. Shane McGuirk.
Nice last start there from Shane McGuirk. Steve Brown was
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw
prowling.
first.
He was hunting
Game
that
on.
one down, but he will not get the opportunity in that leg.
McGuirk evidently pleased with himself there, raising a glass.
42.
I was thinking, I've been trying to rack my brain because I know Shane McGuirk's not the only one to do this with the darts case where
80.
he has it on display and I thought I've seen this before and I've just remembered where it came from. It was quite a few years back. There was a player from Leamington Spa called Nigel Hayden, the Undertaker.
Yep.
And he used to have a wooden
100.
coffin as a dart case that was made for him by a local guy, and he used to stand up the wooden coffin on the table so you could see that as part of.
It almost ended Adrian Lewis's world title defense, didn't he, Nigel Hayden,
140.
2012 World Championship.
He's someone I wouldn't mind seeing down here as well, actually.
36.
Still plays county darts for Warwickshire. Don't think he's been down here yet.
A real lurch
98.
forward he has in his throat, or used to have at least. Haven't seen him for a while.
Seeing him both at Lakeside and at Alexandra Palace. Good pedigree.
43.
Is this starting to go wrong for Steve Brown? McGuirk has 6 starts minimum from 183 to break the throw.
99.
I'll give you another name, actually. And this could actually genuinely happen. Danny Baggish.
85.
Yeah, good call.
Shane, you require 84.
It'll be the 16s or the 8s. Just leaving it handy. Well, Steve Brown looked like he was just going to coast to victory here, but seems to be crumbling.
$47.
This
Shane, you
leg
require 40.
is on the Steve Brown throw.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Shane
5th
wants
flag.
to end the
Shane
day
McGuirk.
still in those positions. 2 and 3. Where
6 flag, it's Shane to throw
be
first.
provisionally in that
Game
Group
on.
B qualification. He needs to win this leg. A loss in this leg will move him out of those positions going into day 3. The final day of action, decision
58.
day. Although, I do fear that a lot of those decisions might already be confirmed. Certainly one of them anyway.
140.
There's other aspects, isn't there, to day 3 of the Super Series. Often you get a pretty good idea of who's going to go into your group with you, and
57.
getting a one-up on them becomes a priority.
58. $140. 97.
Steve Brown
100.
getting back on the horse here. As if he said, I've had enough of the fun and games now. I want to get off of here with me 10 points. Get back to the hotel. Have a chicken burger. And
100.
reflect on the day.
Shane, you require
You certainly
146.
see Steve Brown getting through a Group B and through to finals night. So I think it will become a really big day for him tomorrow. Just checking. 67 left, he asks our referee, the Dutchman.
130. Steve, you
Marco
require
Meyer.
106.
He tells him yes. He then tells Steve he requires 106. He now requires tops.
Game,
And Steve
shot,
Brown
and a match.
Gets it
Steve
done.
Brown.
Gets it won after being worried after that 3-leg lead started to disappear. But Brown wins 4-2, gets onto those 10 points, and he can head back knowing he's firmly in the mix. In fact, he's leapfrogged Shane McGuirk into 3rd place, joined him on 10. Andy Hamilton also on 10, in action next against the man yet to win a match today, David Evans.
So then, Steve Brown now up to third in the league table following his fairly clinical victory over McGuirk in the last match. Andy Hamilton taking on David Evans in our penultimate game of the session. Stretch looking to round off the day's play with a victory. It would be his first of the day to move on to 6 points. He had opportunities against a below-par Jon Worsley in his last match, but needs to forget about that now to try and get 2 points on the board, although it does look like a campaign in Group C awaits him. As for the Hammer, he's now looking to do what McGuirk couldn't in the last match and close the gap on the league leader to 6 points. Let's see how this one unfolds then and hand back to the chaps in comms.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, opportunities have come and presented themselves all day for David Evans. He had match darts, he's had opportunities to prolong games and go to deciding legs, and they've just not been happening for Dave today. Averages have gone up throughout the day, but it's been more of the same for him, and unfortunately it's very bad reading when we look at the doubles. He's only hit 7 darts out of double so far today. That is after 38 attempts. That is one of the lowest ratios we've seen in a Group A, and that is why right now he is bottom of the table, taking on Andy Hamilton, who will be looking to get a minimum position of Group B, but he still can top Jonathan Worsley. But for that to happen, Jonathan Worsley's got to start losing games. He's going to need to lose at least 4. He's got one more game to come today. That's against Alec Small.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
But this game feels like it's all about Andy Hamilton. And when we have a little look at the odds, they say the same as well. This game is all to do with the hammer. Can he
83.
give David Evans another big hammer blow?
Yeah, it was 4-1 to Hamilton when they met in their first match of the campaign yesterday.
82.
Hamilton winning his first 3 games before then losing his next 2 defeats today, or defeated today by Jon Worsley 4-0.
180.
Lost out to Alec Small as well, 4-3 earlier on.
Good group for the
93.
maximums. All players good at filling up the red bit. One thing that's lacking though for David Evans is a tick in the 100+ finish column. Still yet to record
140.
finish over 100, which with those doubling stats that I've told you that he's producing today, only hitting 7 across the entire day,
60.
it is more unlikely that he's going to hit 1 in this match.
Great start once again from Andy Hamilton. We've seen him come out of the blocks very quickly in a lot of games. On 2 darters after 9 darts. At least 2 or 3 times today. And he's on tops after 12.
$59, and you require 40.
It's not been going your way. You can have the tendency just to wave the white flag a little bit.
I'd love to see how many darts Andy Hamilton has had at tops
32.
and missed below it. Opting not to go for double 5 there. Maybe because of that. It's next door. If he drags that low, he leaves himself 5 and has to take it out in bits. He's coming back for 3 darts at double. Whatever happens here,
and
he'll be even more grateful he's done that, considering what Evans has just hit.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Andy Hamilton. Second leg is David to throw first. Game on. $140. $95.
Andy Hamilton was the bookies' favourite to win this group. Came into
59.
it today 3-1 second favourite. I think the way this group is going, it might be pick your price tomorrow, because Jonathan Worsley will probably be coming into this a massive odds-on shot to get the job done, especially if he beats Alec Small in our last match.
$126. $102.
Good thinking there from Hamilton to make sure he left to finish, and he's on one first.
$59. Any you require 170.
This would really hurt the 170. To deny David a shot at the 117. And just the one. He's not taking much of a chunk out of this here.
40. David, you require 117.
Couldn't net the big fish. Will he be back for the little one? Yeah, Evans is not looking likely on finishers right now.
57. Any you require 130.
Needs the treble. For a dart at the ball. To compound the misery of David Evans.
92.
And
David, you
instead he
require
sets up
60.
double 19.
First dart at double for Evans in the match, and he pins it and levels the game at one apiece. One game left to play after this. Worsley versus Small. Top versus bottom. Or was top versus bottom. Evans has sunk to that position. Same leg difference as Alec Small. So if he loses this game, he will be bottom before that match.
Well, it's top versus joint bottom, isn't it, at this period of time? And I was just having a look through Andy Hamilton's numbers, because at the start of the day I said to Abby that I expect Andy Hamilton to be around about the 90 sort of average mark, which was quite an interesting prediction, really, because his average over the last 12 months of all darts he has thrown, 89.44, so very, very close to that 90 mark that you sort of associate or expect.
Getting closer to the 9 here.
140.
Well, now he might wish he had that dart back and thought about switching, because when we saw that angle, there was no room beneath those two.
Here's an interesting question for you. Andy Hamilton
96.
has an increased average when he is losing, or Andy Hamilton has an increased average when he is winning. Which of those statements do you think is correct?
Well, I would go for the former. When he's losing.
121.
He actually has a better average when he is leading.
It's interesting, because he does have a reputation, doesn't he, as a dogged darter, a real fighter.
Remember the Simon Whitlock game at the World Match Play?
Requires 60.
A lot depends on the first dart here. That's what he's done there. He's decided, I'm not going to block it, so I'll go for a big one, a single 19, and then I get a free shot at tops.
40. David, you require 132.
And we said it must have been an accident, but to see it happen twice suggests it's not. That is sat nicely in the bullseye. It nearly knocked Chris Murphy off his chair.
92.
Oh, yeah, that bullseye
20.
Needed to be bettered twice for a dart at double 16. Hamilton once again pulling a dart low on tops. I'm going to have to start delving through the footage and get these stats tomorrow, because I can't remember him hitting tops. All I can remember seeing is him drag darts low on it.
Yeah, that's
hits double 5
5
though.
Third leg. Andy Hamilton.
And it's 2-1 to the hammer.
Forward leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And look at the fixtures for tomorrow. We'll see the order of play.
30.
It's an early fixture with Jon Worsley. Might make things just a little bit more interesting in terms of that race at the top for Andy Hamilton.
93.
Just want to double check that fixture list. It's easy, isn't it, on a Monday and Tuesday, because you know that they're just played in reverse. A bit different on Wednesdays, but it is. No, it's middle of the day, isn't it? 7th match.
180.
You will play this match first.
85.
Tomorrow.
Andy Hamilton on fire when looking at these scores. Chasing down his fourth 180 of this match. That moves him to 12 for the week. Just 2 behind the top hitter of
44.
Jonathan Worsley, who's
And you
on
require
14.
48.
Some way to sign off. We were saying he needs to work on his stamina. You either listened or we were talking nonsense. Because the marathon man is producing a sprint finish.
16.
You'd say he's looking well within himself.
58. And you require
Slim
32.
line, a bit trim. Should be good for the stamina. Carrying him to victory here against David
Andy
Evans,
Hamilton.
and that's a breaker throw. Andy
5th
Hamilton
flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
now throws for the match, throws for the points, throws for an opportunity just to stay in touch of Jonathan Worsley.
$57.
He will move within 6 points of the table, topper Worsley, with victory here. However, Worsley does have a game in hand, which is our last game of the day, which is coming up shortly.
93.
Takes on Alec Small.
And speaking of Alec Small, David Evans played him in the very first match of today. That was after, remember, both of those players lost their first 3 matches yesterday. Evans beat Small to make it 2 from 2 in his last couple of games yesterday. I just wonder how much that first match defeat to Small today has weighed on him, because remember, he did miss starts at double. 5 of them to get over the line in that match.
58.
He's now looking likely to lose all 5 of his games today. At that point, he could have been on a 50% win ratio in the group.
$137.
Relentless from the hammer. He's looking to get the job done.
32.
It's all looking very laboured from David Evans. You can see him there just feeling his elbow a little bit as well. Not looking comfortable.
Yeah, there is a nerve that runs down the arm.
80.
Often acclimates to what is known as tennis elbow, which is something that can affect a few dart players, especially those that sort of have sort of a relaxed sort of action where they're dropping the arm in, because you're not using the muscle to control, you're sort of dropping onto the joint.
And you require 167.
Just changing something in his setup there. Maybe just a repair, because there's not much wrong with the performance.
I was about to say, go put it back on again, Andy.
He's not happy with something because he's still tinkering over at the table, Andy Hamilton.
58, and you require 106.
All sorts of ways to go for this one. Hamilton now will want a treble 18 and a double 16.
Sometimes what you want, you don't get.
David, you require
Long way
164.
off there for Hammer. Will he get another go? 57. To end his day with
78.
success
And
and
you
to
require
compound the misery for
57.
David Evans to 5 defeats from his 5 matches today.
Pretty close to leaving double 3 there. Once again, low on tops.
47.
Wide on 10s, and
David, you
Evans has a
require
reprieve.
86.
He's only had a dart at a double in this game. That's all he's needed. 1 from 1. The dart at the smallest target on the board, the bullseye.
61.
And that might be the last dart
And you
he throws
require 10.
on Tuesday, the 7th of February.
It might not be the worst thing for Evans to lose this match
Game,
here and now, because he's
shot,
still
and a
holding his
match,
elbow there in
Andy
the background.
Hamilton.
Looks like he needs to go and, well, do a few stretches. As Andy Hamilton stretches his lead on the chasing pack for top 3 places. He's on 12, 2 ahead of Steve Brown and Shane McGuirk, and 6 adrift of the runaway champion-elect in Group A, Jon Worsley, who will face Alec Small in the final match of the day, and it is coming right up.
So then, Jon Worsley will be very close to mathematically booking his spot at finals night if he can make it back-to-back perfect days with a win over Alec Small in this Cymraeg clash. His performance levels dropped off somewhat in his last match, but he still found a way to grind out the victory. There haven't been too many blemishes in this debut campaign from Womble, who was the 4-2 winner when these two met yesterday, kick-starting the match with a 1:30 checkout to complete a 15-dart leg. Small will ensure he doesn't end up bottom of the table heading into tomorrow if he's to get his 3rd win of the day. And to talk you through our final match of the day, here's Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, when you say about Jonathan Worsley winning this game yesterday, he won all of them, and he's won them all today as well, still undefeated. It was just what scoreline did he win them by? Alec Small has come off the bottom of the table now due to the leg difference because David Evans losing 4-1 to Andy Hamilton. However, you know me, I'm a man of predictions, and I think we're going to get more of the same here from Jonathan Worsley. I think he's going to end today 10 from 10.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, I did feel like he was there for the taking in the previous match, and if he'd played anybody else other than David Evans, who's endured a miserable day at the darts, then maybe we could have seen Womble Worsley defeated for the first time at the Super Series. So
First leg is John the throw first.
the man
Game on.
to get the big result. Let's find out over the next 15 minutes or so. The other way of looking at that is that in
58.
5 matches, you're bound to have a bad one, aren't you? And if you win it, then that in itself is
85.
a confidence boost, or can be used as such.
He did have a decent year last year, Alec Small. We talk a lot about that
100.
title win down in Cardiff when he won the Champion of Champions event. But
99.
we also had a good run in the World Youth Championship, reached the last 16 of that, lost to Callan Ridds. Did beat Gian Van Veen along the way, who we know very much about from his time here at the Super
42.
Series and obviously what he's done over on the PDC Tour.
And I always think back about what he did here,
59.
Alex Small, when he beat Chris Landman in the semi-finals and then lost to Adam Warner 4-3 in a final. That was Warner. Who looked like, take nothing away from his talent and ability and tenacity in winning that tournament that
41.
week. But he did bring an army of fans, didn't he, with him for that finals night.
I remember you having to try and get past them to get to the stage to do an interview with him.
Yeah, it really was
96.
a night of celebration for the Warner Army. I was unsure whether I was going to come out unscathed or not, but it was okay in the end.
140.
Did have to feel for Alex Small, because the last thing you kind of want when you've lost is the entire room supporting the other player.
They did have to laugh though, because normally at the end of a
84.
tournament, the winner
John, you require
hoists the check or hoists
120.
the trophy in the air. Instead, Adam Warner was one hoisted in the air.
He actually lost a dart in the process. He's since been found here at the Super Series.
100. Alec, you require
That
78.
good, he got through Q-School with 2 darts. Treble 14, is it? No, he's gone the
Yeah, that's game short in the first
conventional
leg.
route. And look what
Alex
happens,
Small.
Alec. That was smart, Alec.
Second leg is Alec to throw first. Game on.
I think that once again goes down to the rule of you cannot guess what a dart player is about to do, because
Oh,
21.
that looked like a really bizarre bounce out, didn't it? Yeah, he lured our spotter in there, didn't he, Alex Small?
$41. $180.
No doubt about those ones. Stuck into the board. Yeah, that treble 19. It was almost like Andy Hamilton was behind that board with his big hammer and knocking it out.
140. $105. $140. $57.
Small down to that famous finish, the 138. Well, Matthew Egger before this match predicted more of the same. I wasn't confident enough to oppose him, but I did play devil's advocate. I wish I'd stuck my neck out here
100.
because
Alec, you
Small's got an
require
opportunity to win this
138.
match. Big exchange this, if it is to happen.
98.
Needs to rely on
you
Worsley
require
not cleaning up
80.
80, and 80 is not a bad finish for a man whose darts lay flat. Even that won't be a hindrance.
It'd be more of a help. That's why he's gone right up that sort of top end of the board.
That's
He
game
just got
short
over
in
the
the
top
second
of the
line.
flight
Jon Worsley.
and into the tops, and that gives him his throw back.
Third leg is John the throw first. Game on.
There's that switch again to the 18s. Does take a trip downstairs.
85.
Maybe that's why he doesn't bother so much.
99. $41. 134.
We did play devil's advocate on this one, and it's certainly a lot tighter than the odds compilers would have put it, and certainly a lot tighter than the stats of today would have put it so far. Alec Small looking for a
100.
second breaker throw in this one, and has kind of done it in the first sort of 9 dart scoring phase.
44.
Bit of a slip there from Small. Worsley will look to score 105 now. Well, you would think he would.
58.
Notoriously bad at the old maths wombles, apparently.
I think the thing with Jonathan Worsley as well,
54.
he can get lured into that false sense of security where he kind of feels like most of the job's done now and he can just sort of coast a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's what they used to say about Taylor, wasn't it? That he didn't bother with the math because he just felt he didn't need to.
137. Alec, you require 170.
Right, simple this 60-60 ball, not to be. So it's going to be that 80 again.
121.
That we saw
John, you
Worsley so
require
expertly
80.
execute in the previous leg.
This is kind of what he did in the last one, just 2 nice high 20s so he can go
60.
over the top of the flight. He has done, but he's
Alec,
come
you
under the
require
crossbar.
49.
There's no reward in this one. 2 16s.
17. John, you require 20.
What did we say about Jonathan Worsley? Whether he's doing it right or doing it wrong, it ends up the same result.
15.
Is it going to be the same result
Alec,
this
you
time?
require
Alec Small
32.
given an opportunity. Will Worsley's winning ways come to an end? Double 4.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Small
third
gets
leg.
there. He
Alec
breaks
Small.
again. He leads again.
Forward leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on. $75.
I
140.
do like it when that first dart goes just underneath. You just sort of expect Jonathan Worsley's just going to put a couple on top of that one.
93.
It's like he just switches on again, doesn't it? When he goes behind, when he loses a leg, suddenly
180.
it elevates him to exceptional heights. 140 followed by 180.
100.
And suddenly it's Small playing chaser again.
$58.
Another one of those would I mean, the bullseye would leave the finish,
50.
or the 25 would leave
Jon
the finish. That was the
Worsley,
intention there.
123.
Just looking to set this one up. There's a sign of someone who just expects to hit everything. He hasn't even worked out the math or the possibility for if he
55.
didn't.
$57. Jon requires 68.
For a level game. 2 4s.
A real wire bender, that. Doesn't like it. Having to shuffle across.
64.
And fails to
Alec
find the target.
126.
Opportunity knocks for his opponent.
4 19s, the minimum requirement for the bull.
101. Jon, you require 4.
He's did it so fast, I couldn't get my words out.
Doesn't mind a low miss here. Doesn't want to go just above this and
No
leave
score.
it blocked, but he would have preferred to do that and not be on a finish at all. Womble suddenly in a spot of bother because Alec Small leads 3-1 against a man who is yet to lose in the Super Series, and if that is to remain the case,
is Jon the throw first.
Worsley must win 3 legs on the spin.
Like I said, this could be a banana skin here for Jonathan Worsley.
Yeah, I remember when you said that, just before 1/4 never.
96.
Same result expected, said Matthew Edgar. Now he's going to have to head off upstairs to justify that selection to Abby Davis at the end of the show. Get out, Matt. He's gone. But here comes Worsley.
140.
Yeah, Edgar has headed upstairs to analyse the day with Abby at the end of the show, but I think he should be backing his own prediction here and sitting and completing the commentary, because based on what he said, there's still 2.5 legs left in this match. Think about it.
97.
Didn't really think about that. Well, he thought about it, he just got it wrong.
134.
Well, Small has left to finish. What a way it would be to inflict the first defeat on the runaway
100.
group
Alec
leader.
require 170.
Oh, yes. Oh, no.
81. Jon, you require 68.
Treble 20, the first port of call for the Womble. Now then, 16 or 8. And D16.
52.
And now,
Alec, you require 89.
he prays mercy as Alec Small gets the opportunity to inflict defeat. What a miss.
49.
What a mess.
Jon, you require 16. Yeah, that's
And
game short on the
Worsley
5th flag.
clings
Jon
on.
Worsley.
The unbeaten record remains intact for now, but now Small has the darts
6 flaggers. Alec to throw first. Game on.
to be the first to win against Womble.
43. 26. 43. 56. 59. 180.
180 followed by
140.
140, the answer from Small.
$44. 56.
It's been a great darting duel between top and bottom.
99.
You might say
Alec
overground,
Small,
underground.
160. 60. Jon Worsley, 96.
So to stay in it, to keep the undefeated record intact. 99 to force the decider.
78.
And now Small gets
Alec
another
Small,
opportunity,
100.
another bite, another chance. Tops. Always going to be difficult with those
40.
javelin-like
Jon
darts
Worsley, 18.
blocking the bed. What does Worsley do here? Straight for it. Oh, that could be tricky. It could be very tricky indeed. But
That's
Womble
came short in the sixth
finds
line.
a way
Jon Worsley.
and levels the match. He just will not be beaten.
7-10 final arc is Jon the throw first. Game on. $60.
I did say when Matthew Edgar went upstairs, it was a little bit premature.
45.
And I hope that he'll be donating me a percentage of his fee for covering the remainder of this game.
100. 136.
In fact, I could just try and play both roles, couldn't I? What do you think, Matt? Yeah, something about wrestling, blah, blah, blah. What's at 170 against Gary Anderson. Made a really good prediction earlier today. Looking forward to giving out the novelty check.
140.
Easy, isn't it?
$55.
I do wonder what he'd be predicting now. Small still in with a big chance.
41.
Is that the door opening? If not the door, then at least the cat flap, and that should be enough for Womble to sneak
Alec
through.
Small, 139.
And he's going to get match darts.
59. Jon Worsley, 46.
He put himself in a promising position. He led the match 3-1, Alec Small. But back came Worsley. And Womble
Shot and a match.
wins them
Jon
all
Worsley.
for the second successive day. It's 5 from 5. It's now 10 from 10. 20 points. An undefeated start to life at the Super Series for Jon Worsley, who comes back to cut Small down to size and to put himself in an almost unassailable position at the top of the Group A table. Time to reflect on what's happened today. Abby, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Murph. Well, Jon Worsley, his dream debut continues. It just doesn't seem to matter how he's playing or how players are playing against him. He's finding a way to win every single match. Quite incredible.
Yeah, and it just becomes easier to do, and you always believe in yourself. You 3-1 down in that match, and Chris Murphy thought my prediction may have gone wrong at that point, where, you know, I was fully behind it. I thought it was going to turn it around. You do. You find a way to turn it around, and you don't sort of worry about the situation you're in. You just play your darts. And he's in a position now where he can lose a lot of games, and still be very comfortable at the top of the table. This is a dream position for him, and he could break that record Jim McEwen and Colin Osborne have set.
Yeah, he certainly could. Let's bring in the league table then to have a look at how things stand with one day of Group A action remaining. Jon Worsley, assuming you think he's going to get the job done tomorrow, how quickly do you think that'll happen?
Oh, it could be over very soon, because if we look at what's available, there's 5 more matches to play, 2 points per win, which means there's 10 points available to play for tomorrow. If Andy Hamilton wins all of his matches tomorrow, he can only reach 22 points. And Jonathan Worsley can get that literally just 1 win. So it could all end quite soon, and especially when we look at the legs difference. He's got plus 13 now, courtesy of that 4-0 victory that he had earlier on against Andy Hamilton. So realistically, I think we'll probably have Jonathan Worsley through after the first round of fixtures.
And how much movement do you think we could see tomorrow? Because, of course, places in Group B and C still to be determined as well. It looks like Alec Small, David Evans will be fighting it out in Group C. But how much movement do you think we could see?
Honestly, not a lot. I think realistically, we've only got 3 players that can move in Andy Hamilton, Steve Brown and Shane McGuirk. They're the only 3 really that are going to be vying for different positions. I think that's going to be an interesting battle, though, to see who goes through to that Group B. Group B, really interesting group, because you've got more possibility of getting through, less players, more qualifying places, but actually the players that are coming into that as well, the players that are coming out of this group, they've got a good opportunity there. You would probably say whoever the 2 players are that come through this group, I'd expect them both to get through the Group B we've got this week.
And a word on David Evans as well, because he can't say he hasn't had chances today. He's not added to his tally this afternoon. He's had match darts, he's had darts to force games into a decider. Jon Worsley played arguably his worst game against him. He's had chances. How do you think he's going to be feeling right now?
He's in one of those positions where he can leave here and he can only blame himself, which is kind of a good position, because you can go and put that right. You know what you need to do. And that's David Evans in a nutshell today. Now, we've seen it sort of break down a little bit for him towards the end of the day. I'm sure he's going to come and play better throughout the week, but from what we saw at the back end of today, I fear that we're going to lag tomorrow, and we're going to have another day like this tomorrow, and then he's going to do the ultimate reset button for Thursday. But I do fear for David Evans tomorrow. I think he could be a bit of the expression sitting duck, someone to shoot at a little bit.
Right then, let's see if this man's predictions are going to be correct on the 3rd and final day of Group A action. Will it be Jon Worsley who books his place in finals night? Come and join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning. We look forward to seeing you then.